tell the person beside you, excuse you. Cause the music that you hear it just a move. You need space cause the rhythm you approve. The monkey that you carry by your back, it just lose you.
Hold me closely to his side. With love and strength for each new day, he will make a way. He will make a
stick. I know that tune again. Alright then, drop it.
Independence in 1974. It was gained by Eric McGregor. He was called the father of independence in this dear country. In this dear country, that meant we could have our election, we could make a decision, we could have our own court of arms, yeah, yeah. That meant we could have our national power, and we own prime minister, our chance to decide our own future. Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing, happy birthday, sweet Grenada. Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing, happy birthday, sweet Grenada. Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing, happy birthday, sweet Grenada. Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing, happy birthday, sweet Grenada.
Hey, Green Skin, when you get that tune there, watch me not like bad, you know.
Our island has the smell of spice, and our lovely beaches make Grenada oh so very nice. All Grenadians can boast and be their chest, because when it comes to beauty, Grenada ranks among the best, ranks among the best. You see, we have lost the sunshine is so nice and warm from here in our land, yeah, yeah. You see our flag, you're standing here ready and green. I'm sure our Grenadians know what that means. Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing, happy birthday, Grenada. Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing, happy birthday, sweet Grenada. Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing, happy birthday, sweet Grenada. Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing, happy birthday. Come taste our delicious alga. Then I know that you will say our national dish is second to none. Come see, left totally well see. Our national bird that can only be found in Spice Country. Found in Spice Country. You see when sorry song, yeah. They want to stay and relax on the shore. There's so many nice things about the country that should make us feel happy. That is why I want all you join with me. Let me sing, happy birthday, Grenada. Let me sing, happy birthday, sweet Grenada. Let me sing, let me sing, let me sing happy birthday, sweet Grenada. Let me sing, let me sing, let me sing happy birthday. Let me sing to the north, south, east, and the west. We know that the Spice Island is the best. Back in 1924, she was born. That was when she broke away from the past. Now of our treatments we can be wrong. That is why we could openly love.
I'm proud, I'm strong. I am a Grenadian. Yes, man. Grenada, Grenada, the land where I was born. I know you were suffering. Men have raped you and abused you and left you there crying. I devote my thought, my body and my soul. I stretch forth my helping hand to help you out. I haven't got diamond, silver, nor even gold, but blessings I give to its west, north, and south. Oh, Grenada, Grenada, here I come, sweet, sweet Grenada. I will never, ever, ever let you down. Oh no, I'll always be your support, right here by your side. With my arms around you to wipe your weeping eyes. Oh, yeah. It's quite a long time now since you have fallen back to the last rung of the ladder, and you never stand up there and utter no talk, but to help they just don't bother. Some of your friends have turned their backs on you. They don't want to see a friend with your name on it. Don't bother with them. One day you will rise up to. Cause in times to come, it's the bread they might have to eat. Listen, let me go. Oh, Grenada, Grenada, here I come. Sweet, sweet Grenada. I will never, ever, ever let you down. Oh no, I'll always be your support, right here by your side. With my arms around you to wipe your weeping eyes. Let me go. listen, it's time that you take a stand to defend your position from all those smart reports scams who just come to take a bite and make their own decision and boast to the world that they are the reigning champs. While your friends them happy at times they were going through, they still wouldn't help you out if you beg them please. But woe unto them, little do they know.
Good morning, good morning,
that a good name is better than praise.
good morning, good morning, good morning. I don't know if you hear me. If you do, let me know. Hello, 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 hello.
Good morning, comrade. Good
How
morning.
you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Are you hearing me loud and clear?
Yeah, I'm hearing you better now.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
I have like a thing there, but a hiccup, but it's okay. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Nice, nice. Well, today I was supposed to do this stuff tonight, but I have another engagement tonight that I wanted to go to. I forgot everything about that. So we do have much we could cover today. As regards to the independence. I know it's something you might be interested in talking about this morning as well, is the fact about the housing situation in Grenada as it relates to Mr. Keith Mitchell talking about that and raising some big numbers to confuse the Grenadian people. The fact that people was not paying the due, and so on. And on top of all of that, also have.
I won't embarrass myself to talk about housing with Keith. I'm too much of an expert in that field.
Well, we're educating Ghanaian people. So
to engage.
Let's do the education about this whole thing about paying and finances and stuff like that. The independence itself and the cancellation of the starting of the kicking off of the independence moved to 31st and why it was done. The other thing I want to talk about is somebody make I think the news today in the headline, in the one headliners of the pages, make mention that when the Crawford was a supporter of Bonnet Code. I don't know why they want to put that there. Why they want to insert that in that.
Unfortunately, there is no evidence of that, so I don't know why they would try to. Why they would try to? Well, you know how we feel about Wendy. Wendy is as good and as solid a citizen as Grenada can ever have.
Exactly.
So I'm always going to be in her corner.
Same here.
I knew her.
Ludicrous.
We came of age together in that struggle, and she was as brilliant then as she's a million times more brilliant now, and always compassionate, always caring. Somebody who in those days that issue of the tongue country barrier was a big thing. Wendy was one of these people who were at the forefront of trying to break down those kind of barriers. So ain't nobody gonna get me to talk negative about my sister, not ever.
Really, I don't know why they would want to insert that there. I thought, to me, it was weak journalism. I'm looking to school points. That doesn't make.
Oh yeah, it's ambush journalism. That's not ambush. That's not journalism. That's I don't even know how to describe it. So I'm not going to give it any. I'm not going to give stuff like that any oxygen. But I hope she pushes back against it ferociously.
Yeah.
And she's going to have support from people like us who knew her,
yes,
and knows her still, and knows the caliber of person that she is. So
yes, I know we grew up together in a sense in the student movement.
Of course.
And
of course.
I mean, to me, that was a nonsensical statement to put the those school political points.
Yeah.
What I'm saying here today, though, I want to go through the list of things here. I'll probably start with that, if you will. Talking about Wendy being who she is and risen to the rank which she's at right now. Tally Francis being the ambassador, and this is no surprise to me, to the United States. These two people have been, and we look around and we see, I think it was Mr. X who says that the revolution creeping back slowly. and look at the people where they are sitting. You know what I mean? Richard Duncan, you know, and you could go through the whole list of people, Marion Campbell, and a whole lot of people where they're sitting in position in Green government, whether in Keith government or in NDC government. Another thing that has been reason, and I see Stanley Chaz I even saw it, put a piece up about Deacon and them not vicious enough, not attacking Keith and them back, reaction back hard enough at the ranting and the disinformation of the Prime Minister, accusing him of being young and, you know, they are not politicians, not seasoned politicians yet. And I think the whole idea is he's trying to convey is to shut them down, you know, altogether and not give them the airtime and not give them the thing. I think Mr. Stanley Chaz would have wanted person to have probably understand that he has faced the wrath of Keith too. And I think that they are more anxious to see Keith get into trouble than supporting the government in a real way. You know, they have the personal vendor Keith and then Keith makes the government should just step in and just shut down Keith. I mean, Keith have his thing, but the government is taking a different approach to criticism. Yeah. They keep producing and keep on doing. You know, as I read something from Cassandra this morning about people worrying about Keith and they're seeing that the Prime Minister is voting more violating the Constitution more than Keith. They took caught up with Keith wrongdoing or whatever, and Keith that they forgot to see what Deacon is doing. They are paying attention to Deacon's fonts. They still caught up with Keith. That I thought was kind of a, you know, in between the lines here when it comes to politics, because people do have the personal preferences when it comes to leader, and Deacon is young. Although some people think that he's losing some real estate in terms of the political landscape here and so on. But I think the trajectory of this present government is trying to educate people and to help them fix up here first before they fix anything else. While fixing everything else, trying to shift the mindset, probably as we did back in the 1879 to the 1893, of educating people and bringing them up to specs. What is your take personally on the Wendy situation, and do you think that she should respond to it, or the government should step in, or what do you think?
No, well, of course she has a right to respond to it, and she should respond to it. But these people don't know Wendy as we do. Okay,
right.
Wendy is the best that Grenada has to offer. That's the kind any country would be proud of Wendy. She's the kind of citizen that helps expand the thinking of a country, and she's been doing that for a long time.
Right.
And the idea that now here is one of our most brilliant minds, here is one of our most compassionate people, because she was that then and she is that now. You're going to attack her on something that you have absolutely no information on. Okay? You have no information on. So that is not journalism. That is an ambush. That is a personal attack on her integrity, okay? Yes. And on her professionalism. So I hope she pushes back. But Wendy has enough friends like ourselves who are going to stand up and defend her, okay? Mm-hmm. And I hope her friendship and her sisterhood runs deep. And I'm expecting all of us who admire her and call her our friend, former colleagues, students, everybody knows this lady, okay?
Yeah,
we know her. So I'm going to defend her to the moon and back. And I hope other people. But the idea is that, and what I call it is the Americanization of our politics. If you disagree with somebody on the decisions that they make or an idea that they have, instead of trying to engage on this idea and to elevate the dialogue or the debate, because you have nothing real to contribute, you attack the person personally. Yeah. So they are practicing something that, you know, you could say came of age in the US in the early 1990s, which is the politics of personal destruction. If you can't win me on the battlefield of ideas, attack me personally for my flaws. Attack me personally for my mistakes that I have made. Okay, and that's what's happening there. So I'm just saying, you know, her admirers and friends and colleagues know who she is, and we have a right, we have an obligation, not a right, we have an obligation to defend her because she's an absolutely wonderful person, and she's the kind of citizen that every country should want to have. She's thoughtful. I mean, listen, there's words cannot describe the Wendy that I know because I worked with her closely. I saw how energetic she was back in those days, how welcoming she was to everybody, what a great listener she was. I mean, and we were all, you know, at that very tender age, man, you know. So I'm going to defend my sister. I'm going to defend that.
I got to come to her defense. I mean, I think it's ludicrous to make that statement. I'm having to make that headline story.
Yeah.
You know? You have Maurice on one side, you on the other side, and you have a center talking about, you know. And I think she's not put in a position to really bring some sense to the independence celebration, you know. Giving her internationalism that and having all this relationship with people in the region and in the international level, right, that she has right now, the influence that she has. I think it's important to know that because people who may have known Wendy Crawford Daniel Crawford Daniel from the School of Medicine and stuff. Her background speaks to itself. I mean, knowing what she, you know, the kind of a person she didn't just sit around. And the thing about it, I find it very, I think, disturbing when, and I was saying, make a bold statement, when haters of the revolution, right, counter-revolutionaries, as you may call them then, try to disrupt the forward movement of any progressive government are attempting to make a difference in the lives of the people, and they recruit people that they do not like. And they themselves can make a positive contribution. They seek to go to the weapon of destruction, whether verbally or physically doing this stuff to create disturbance in the system. Why would anybody at this juncture want to use this political pawning, if for lack of a better word, to disrupt the committee? Because once you attack the committee in effect, right? Because if you attack the head, the whole body might shatter, right? And she's spearheading that organization to ensure that we enjoy a good 50th anniversary. You will put up this in this time. Why would they want to do that? And that's why I'm seeing the callousness of this reporting. And to me, it doesn't make sense. So Wendy, keep your head up. You're doing a great job. And the people that you know or who know you well will support you in doing what you're doing. And I hope the government don't retreat as they did to remove the celebration to the 31st, because some people just see it.
Yeah, I was disappointed that they do it. I mean, listen, I'm sympathetic, you know, to decisions being made, but the reality is that when you make these decisions, okay, and you get this blowback, the reality is that the blowback was not that big. It was the same usual 12 people.
Yes.
Okay. Just magnifying it on social media. When you do that and you pull back, your opponents see blood in the water and they sense your weakness. Okay. And they know that they can roll you. Okay. I think what the Prime Minister needed to do was to probably come out and better explain the relationship between a day like an October 19th and a day like February 7, 2024, and how those two things, what do they mean for us as a country? Okay? And I guess, listen, this is a young government, all right, that came to state power with enormous amount of problems on their plate. And I suspect that the Prime Minister feel that this is not a battle I want to fight right now. That my responsibility is to grow and expand the economic and social contract, to build a new economic and social horizon for our people, and that's not necessary. And if that's the thinking, fine. But we need to. Well, you know me. I don't I just don't retreat. I don't know how to do it. So sorry. I'm probably the wrong person to be asking for advice on retreat because I don't. And I know for years now when people were afraid to speak up and defend the revolution, I never back down. I don't, so.
One of the things that often happen, right, when progressive changes and people are doing things the way they see fit and the way they have to govern to bring benefit to the people, you always find those persons who think that they're entitled to a certain position, or they feel entitlement to I own this. I was there from the beginning. Why not me now? So everybody else who did not knew was working harder than they was working because they didn't see them in the front, think that they are the ones that entitled to positions. And for that reason, they will try to tear down that person because they never knew that person. Right? And they think that there was revolutionaries back then. That was their time, that was our time. Grenada belongs to all of us. And the call of duty is called upon all of us to participate in the process of development. And if you don't want to be part of it, just step out and don't hitting people for not for political mileage. I think that's what the whole thing is. The people crying out, why not? Why she? Why October 19? Why and October and the commencement of that? And I hear it, and I say it here. A lot of the counter-revolutionaries, those who hated Morris, those who hated the revolution, and these are the people who making the noise about that. They are the ones. And,
of course. It's not done to be constructive. It's done to be malicious. That's malicious. The only thing.
Yeah.
They don't have they don't have a positive contribution to make.
No.
They can't do anything that uplift themselves or their community or the nation at large. So they feel that the only way to be noticed, to be seen, to be heard is to be destructive. And that's all this is about. It's not about anything else. It's somebody who has spent her life helping people. Okay? Her life helping people. Always been on the positive. And you're going to try to pull her down on something that you have no information on. None.
Yeah. And that's one of the destructive things, right? In politics. And the same they did to Nas, they make all this nonsensical comment and statements about him. They use positive stuff, turn it around because of the ignorance of the people that was listening to them.
Listen, right? and that should be a lesson for us, right? Because here you have another good brother who have given so much back to his country in public service, right? At such a very young age, and has pretty much always kept his head down and just done the heavy lifting. And because Mitchell and his cabal were literally afraid of him, I'm not talking about physical afraid, but they were afraid of his intellect and his ability to cut through their nonsense. They decided that the only way they can marginalize him was to attack him personally. And Nas, in his humility, I always tell him that he shouldn't be a politician. Maybe he should have been a preacher, because all politicians have ego. And for all the years I've known this man, I've never seen him display that kind of brute ego that politicians generally display, right? So for his humility, he sat back and felt, hey, I know I'm doing the right thing. I know in my heart I want goodness for my people. I'm just going to let this roll off my shoulder. And it didn't, and they destroyed a good man. They destroyed his good name. So you have to push back. You can never allow somebody else to define you. No. Listen, I've made my fair share of mistakes, but I ain't backing down. And you ain't coming at me with no nonsense. If you come, I believe in the doctrine of overwhelming force. So if you come after me, be prepared that I'm going to come after you with guns blazing. I'm not backing down. I'm not. There's nothing you can tell me that's going to make me cower. It's just not going to happen.
I guess everybody knows. I guess everybody knows that Mr. Delbert. I know. I guess everybody knows that.
I thought I was having a personal conversation with John. You know,
Facebook is a big, wide open space. Facebook is the universe.
Yes.
And I guess everybody's been seeing what Delbert has told, that Delbert doesn't back down.
Yeah, no evil, you know.
Good morning.
Morning, Pablo.
Good morning. How are you doing, brother? How are you doing?
Answering the call of being here, Call of Duty on Gem FM as usual. Thank you so much, man. You know, many people
the Western world this time at the 2023 UN Summit.
Oh, that was Lincoln. Lincoln deputy will be doing.
I saw him. He was showing up a while ago.
Yeah, Lincoln is joining.
Disappeared again.
Because I was supposed to do a show tonight, but because of the launching of the relaunching.
Because of that other event.
Yeah, so I'll be doing that. So Lincoln should join us, and Unison Joseph and Simon Samuel as well. So I wanted to kind of create that crew. And I sent an invite to Miss Delbert suggested her name, Margaret. So I hope they oblige and come on this morning. So yes, so we're talking about first thing we're talking about Wendy Crawford being labeled in the newspaper as a Bonner Code sympathizer, and why would they want to do that at this point in time? Why the headlines on that? And we're just expounding on that and the role that she plays not only in Grenada but internationally. Pablo, I got this from you.
Well, so I find that Bonner Code card has become redundant as far as I'm concerned. Exactly. You know, and too much energy and so is given to that. And I find that kind of focus that is given to Bonner Code causes us to lose or to not appreciate the totality of the revolution. Yes. And the contributors to the benefits that everyone acknowledge, right? That took place over 4.5 years.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think it is very, to put it mildly, it's disingenuous to be crediting Morris with all of the good things that happened under the revolution and derailing Bernard for whatever negatives that would have come out of the revolution.
Yes,
you know?
Yes.
I think the revolution to fully understand. Just a minute, please. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just play a song here. Welcome, Mr. Lincoln Terrell Deputy. How you doing, my brother?
Good morning. If I know you were going to have all these heavyweights on, I would have backed out, man.
No, man, we need good batters.
No. I'm always on the fielding side, you know. They're both on these fellas. These guys are batting.
I'm playing 12th man, okay? But I'm just the water boy.
They're both on these fellas are batting, and you know when these guys are batting, if they hit a 4, every other ball is a no baller, so the umpire can't put them out. You understand? So how do we have my P's and Q's, you know?
Yes. Mr. Unison Joseph, good morning to you, my brother. How you doing?
Good morning.
Thank you so much.
I'll be the water boy on the team.
You're gonna have to fight with me for that position.
I will keep the players hydrated.
You know, it didn't used to be water back then. It used to be grapefruit juice, you know?
Yes. Lime juice, grapefruit. Lime juice. You're going high, man. Lime juice.
All right.
Yeah, I was called away. I was called away momentarily. You know, and just as I was leaving, I heard mention about so many heavyweights. Well, tell you the truth, I like to be among those heavyweights, you know, because I always hope a little something is going to rub off, you know what I mean? And so a lightweight like me, I like to be among the heavyweights.
Right. So yeah, Pablo, as you were,
yes, I was saying, you know, I think when we do that, we miss the fullness of what the revolution really was about and the contributors. And as I was saying, I think it is disingenuous, to put it mildly, to be crediting Maurice Bishop with all of the positives that would have happened under the revolution, because it is all agreed, it is generally agreed that for the 4.5 years, this is the only time that we saw the kind of growth and the kind of development that took place in the country. Right. And to credit Maurice for all of it, and to derail Bernard for all of the negatives that took place, I don't think this is fair. I don't think, you know, the outcome, I think it is time that people come to terms with the fact that the outcome of the revolution, the way it ended, and not just the way it ended, but everything to do with the revolution was happening within a particular era, within a particular dispensation, and was happening against the background of the Cold War and all of the philosophical and political, you know, philosophies and what that was taking place during that dispensation. Okay, if you have I often say that if the way Dr. Mitchell took over the NNP, if it was during the revolution, he would have to kill Blaise to do so. Okay? All right?
What, you would have just push him down the stairs?
Whatever, you know what I mean? But in that scenario,
but I get the point. Yeah.
The revolution was happening against a particular background, and you know, it was military rule. We didn't have that situation here now. So I think and this is one of the reasons why to deal with that issue, that change in the launch date and all of that. I didn't see it as a big thing. And as you rightly said, Delbert, it was just a few voices making a lot of noise. You know, it was just a few voices, but I think the Prime Minister didn't want to have to fight. You know, he didn't feel it was a battle that is really worth fighting. And moving it from that date to another date is no biggie. You know, it takes away, you know, it really takes away from the distraction that was being created. You know, and I think it's a sensible thing to do. Although I don't think it was a big issue, because it is all part of the historic package.
Yes.
You know, it's part of the historic package. We got to independence through, it started, we can say, with the Gary Revolution.
Yes.
Yeah. And so all of these things are interconnected and interrelated, and I don't see how you can disconnect one from the other. But
I wonder, because one of the things that often happens, you'll find people making the criticism, and like I said, Pablo, everything, the positive always goes to Maurice and negative goes to Bernard. And one of the things that people will fail to realize, that the Grenada Revolution Economics 101 paper for the development of Grenada was done by Bernard.
Okay.
Right? I don't know if you I think I can send you a copy of that, and those who don't have it could ask me for it. Right? The Grenada Revolution 101 Economic Development for Grenada was done by Bernard. So the economic present, the planning and stuff like that was spearheaded by Bernard. And to kind of paint him dirty for October 19, right? And just give him all the credit for all the good things that happened, I share your sentiments here on that. So October 19th is now declared an official holiday in Grenada. The kickoff date is now the 31st. And I was referring back to Miss Wendy Crawford and the people that just sent me, the new today that just sent me. We're just talking about why would they want to use that and say she's a Bonacco sympathizer, whatever the terminology they use there. Why at this time, why would they want to use that?
What does that have to do with anything?
That's my point.
What does that have to do with anything? You had that situation played itself out, and coming out of it, all of these Grenadians are still people who are in a position to contribute to the development of the country.
Exactly. Exactly.
And we have had people from either side being part of the administration and the governance of the country since then. So what's the point? We've seen people who were involved in that conflict and who flip-flopped, who gave one narrative now and another narrative another time and so on. And they became part of the administration and part of the governance of the country for an extended period.
Yes. You
know, so when we keep rehashing these things and people say they want closure. But that seemed to be the comfort zone, that they keep just going back to this thing. Whenever you want to move forward, they want to go back to this and just spend all their time just discussing it every year and every October. I mean, the weeks are coming and you're going to see them and you're going to hear them. Where were you on that day when this was that? And what did you? And it's just the same thing over and over. And the lessons that we really need to learn in terms of a development agenda for the country that is going to take us where we want to go in the next 50. That's part of the conversation. And Delbert and Brother John, we did have such a conversation,
yes, we did.
1 or 2 years ago, and I mean, there were those who wanted to come and make it a reaction of this one, that, and
you know, Pablo, I blame myself too, because I don't know. I'm trying to resist this year, but the minute October rolled around, my inbox started with a set of nonsense from the usual suspects, and I'm saying, should I ignore this or should I, you know? I remember 5 years ago, somebody attacked me personally on Facebook, saying that he knew that I was the political officer when the incident happened in Plains. This week, 3 days ago, I got somebody emailing me telling me they know that my brother was the one who was in charge of the thing. I checked back. As a matter of fact, my brother was out of the country at the time. So I wonder how he would have been where he was, which I can't disclose, and in Grenada at the same time. And
so given all of that, what's supposed to happen? What's supposed to happen now?
You know,
okay, they know that you were there and they know this happened and they know that happened. So what's supposed to happen now?
Exactly. You know, and that's
you're supposed to just disappear and don't have anything to say in relation to Grenada's development and what's happening in your country.
All right.
Listen,
okay. So we have Mr. Lincoln.
But I need Mr. Depradine, Mr. Joseph,
I'm going to him right now. I'm going to him right now. I know he pride himself on being the wharf man. He's not from the wharf, right? So,
Mr. Depradine, I mean, I know. Yes. We were colleagues in the NDC together and all of that. And, you know, I mean.
I hope we are not enemies now. You know what I mean?
Enemies, we are Grenadians, man.
Right. Yeah, an interesting discussion. An interesting discussion with regard to October 19th. I mostly listen to the families who lost loved ones. I mean, in every issue, you'll find people using issues for political wedge issues, right? And I think on October 19th, I will never argue with anyone who has lost loved ones.
No.
If they say they are still hurting, they're still hurting. If they say they want October 19th as a launch date change, the government, the prime minister should listen to them. Other people may have their agenda. The other thing with the revolution as a whole, honestly, I kind of refrain from discussing it, especially like on social media and stuff like that, because as far as I'm concerned, almost 99% of everybody has made up the mind one way or the other on the revolution. What happened? Even if they weren't there, they form in a position that who did what, who was where, and who's responsible, and nothing you could tell them will change their mind at this point. The other thing, I mean, intertwined with that also is, and this, I mean, we are facing centuries of propaganda from the West, right? And you have to give the US credit. They did a good job in shaping the narrative around the revolution after the invasion.
Yes.
Together with people who have written books who didn't know anything about the Grenada. They came in for a day, they wrote a book, and the narrative went out. And a lot of people have bought into it, right? So for instance, I used to work at a radio station. I remember around either October 19th and 25th, and we were still at the radio station. They didn't bomb the station as yet. And I was listening to Radio Antilles, and they were saying that the Bonnet Code faction took over the radio station, and then the Maurice Bishop faction took it back over. And we were looking at each other and saying, but we are still here. I mean, like, what's going on? So again, it's a combination of things. As far as I'm concerned, I may be wrong, but I believe everybody has made up the mind as to what happened and who's responsible. And you can't change their mind. And the second thing is that we as a people have to start thinking for ourselves and start, as Pablo and other people have said, and reassessing the revolutionist contributions, his weaknesses for ourselves. Give credit where credit is due. How are we going to do that? I don't know, because as I said, most people have made up the mind, they don't want to hear anything, right? So we're in a difficult position, but the discussion has to continue. And maybe for the next generation, if what the government is trying to do with introducing Grenadian history in school, maybe those kindergarten children in 30 years, the next generation may approach it in a different way. But as far as this adult generation is concerned, I have difficulty seeing that anything will change in terms of how we assess the revolution at this point.
You made a point, not at this time, but you made a point that the revolution was a template, a kind of a blueprint for Grenada moving forward. In this dispensation, given what your thoughts are then and now, do you think that the government should engage in dispensing some of the progressive aspect of the revolution to bring back the benefits that the ones given to the Grenadian people?
Right. Again, the challenge with that is that in a subjective, theoretical way, it's easy to say that. But I think we're missing one component as somebody who has been involved in media and PR. I think a significant component is missing in all these things. So for instance, let's go back to the launch of the independence on October 19th. And just to mention Wendy Crawford Daniel. And I think that's one of the reasons people don't come forward to serve many times. Because Wendy is just the chair of the committee. She alone can make a decision. Even if the committee made a decision on October 19th, Wendy couldn't do it on her own. There's a whole committee, and then the cabinet has to give approval. So I mean, this idea of blaming Wendy for doing that, whether she's a CODA or Bishop IT or PRG or NJM, Wendy couldn't do it on her own. That's on the other side. But just getting back to the point, I think part of the challenge with this launch that was originally on October 19th, the explanation came after people started questioning the thing. What we don't do is set out a kind of PR and educational aspect to most of the things we do. I mean, a government maybe have good intentions, right? But if people don't understand what you're doing, when you do it, then you bring it out and then people start asking questions and complaining, and then you go back now and start giving the explanation rather than rolling out the plan with an explanation or prepping people for what's coming. No, that usually isn't done, whether it's for agriculture, whether it's for education, whether it's for the anniversary of independence. I mean, up to this point, nobody knows exactly what the objective of the independence celebration is or what we're trying to achieve, right? Exactly. So the October 19th thing was coming. If you want to go do that, I mean, what you and I know that government float ideas, tell somebody in immediate, so somebody writes something and say, this is coming, I'm going to build a wall on the border. So when it comes, at least people are prepped for it. But October 19th, they have, and then they announce we're going to launch independence on October 19th. And then everybody starts looking at each other. So again, we usually in Grenada and third world countries, we see PR and educational as costing. So I had to spend $50,000 to get a PR, to spend on PR, to do flyers, to have promo, right? And then this is where the money. So for instance, again, going back to the revolution, John, with implementing some of the things, look at any program the revolution was rolling out. We had promos on the radio going for weeks and months. Whether it's the airport coming, year of education. Yes. The PRG had promos going on all the time. You understand? Billboards and everything. There was this education aspect. So you just can't pick up, right? And just say, okay, the revolution had agro industries. So next thing, somebody in St. David or St. Andrew wake up and they see a man digging a hole and you ask him, what are you doing? He said, well, the government is building an agro industries plant. And then the neighbor say, what? I don't want a noise in my head, right? So you didn't educate nobody about that. Even though it's a good project, you never educate anybody. And then the neighbors start complaining, right? So together, John, I'm agreeing with you that we could implement some of the aspect and the programs of the, but if it isn't done with an educational component, it's most likely going to have backlash and fail.
Tori, you have me rolling there because I remember when the equipment came in for the airport, right? And there was this well-known Gary contractor in my village, nice gentleman, all right? Our families were really close together and everything, even though if we were on different side of the political spectrum. And he called me over and he said, I need to talk to you. I went over, acknowledged him because, you know, he was an elder. He was close to my mom and my father.
Right.
And everything. He said, I'm really mad. I said, well, what are you mad at? He said, listen to me. I don't like all this tractor and thing, all you bring into the country there to build this airport, right? We have, he said, we have enough fucking pickaxe in Grenada. All you just don't want to give people like me work.
Right.
Said, but no, it's not that at all. And there is no way I could convince him, you know, later on, just because I know how the kind of person he was, you know, was able to hook him up, got some government contracts for him to continue working.
Exactly.
And that man, over a period of the revolution, became a bigger supporter, all because not me alone, there were other guys like me in the village, because even though if he was an older guy, he loved to engage with young people. So we used to always go down and sit and talk to him. He became such an avid supporter just because we used to spend that time with him, give him a little heads up, tell him why we're doing something, explain it to him. I don't know if he understood everything that we were saying, but maybe just because we decided to give him the time, put that effort, my man was in the militia.
Yeah, yeah. And that's a common story. I could tell you about some people who at the beginning were totally against the revolution. And then when they start seeing the benefits and being educated as to what's happening, I mean, they weren't NJM or PRG at the end, but they were supportive of what was happening. You understand? Yeah.
All right.
I think it's time we hear from Mr. Joseph, and Hudson George has since joined us, so we'll be needing to hear from him too.
Yeah, man. So, Mr. Joseph, I know that you also on the Independence Committee in Toronto, and it's still happening in Grenada, and the all this so-called drama that is going on around the event. What is your take on what's going on in the preparation for the independence in Grenada?
Well, first, let me say good morning to the panel. I see my friend Raphael is advertising Guelph Beach. The net. I grew up right there, Uncle Joe, by Uncle Joe.
Oh yeah, all right.
Thanks for the memories at the panel. So
yes, man.
I agree with first of all with the panel's view. However, my objection, and I should say I objected to the October 19th launch of the independence strictly on an economical basis. When we have two holidays or two roll out in the same week, it'll impact the local economy. You are talking about 2 days of loss of revenues going forward. I think we should make the one of it a holiday, and one of it should be an educational piece. I agree with Lincoln when he says we do not see the need for education. We just tend to roll out certain things and everybody to buy into it. Now, the revolution has divided us one way or the other. Not everyone the revolution was good to or have good memories of, and there is some that is that oppose the revolution. One thing the revolution did was instill a lot of pride in all of us. So that is something we got to celebrate also. But we got to look at it from an educational point of view, where we have to start rolling out stuff in small bites. You don't eat an elephant one sitting. You have to eat it one bite at a time. So we got to start rolling out our educational project. But I agree with the government. We should do a 1 year. It should be big. I like what I seen so far, the talk of it, but it's just that we have to get in gears and to be in one. We have to have the diaspora involved, but the diaspora cannot just dictate what is happening. It is a discussion also. And what happens in Grenada, the diaspora should mirror it. One message, one voice going forward. So I agree with the panel. Toro made some salient points. I don't want to rehash it, but that was my main objection for October 19th as a rollout.
Okay, so on that, so going the independence of, and I want to move it on before Hudson come on. I'll probably let Hudson come on first and give his piece on.
I think we should let Hudson.
Yeah, Hudson.
We should bring in Hudson.
So Hudson Judge,
before we go forward. Yeah.
Bring in the fast bowler.
Morning to everybody.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Comrade.
Morning.
Well, based on October month and all them things, I don't think we should mix two different. You can't put avocado, zabuka, and lime in the same box. One going to spoil. You know that if you experiment that. October 19 has nothing to do with February 7th. I don't see the relationship. My thing is questioning why or whoever want to incorporate October 19th with February 7th. That's two different political events that took place in Grenada. Because if we didn't have a February 7th, 1974 independence that some people say wasn't independence, because that is Grenadian. Grenadians are like the fox and the grapes. If you don't like one party, everything they do is sour. When the other one come, they embrace what they meet and they keep quiet. And maybe what they didn't like, they take out. I don't want to go in all them things right now. But what I'm saying is that you cannot incorporate October 19th into February 7th, because I was a schoolboy still. That was my last year of school. We lost a good bit of we had some Peace Corps teachers, they went back because they were scared. We lose on that. Now, I see independence come, and without the independence, you couldn't have a revolution. You know that if we had picked up gun without independence, the British will send the gunboat on you. So I think the best thing to do is celebrate 50th year of independence. And I don't see what October 19 have to do with it. October 19 is our next event, a different time in our history. And also, October 19th, we don't know, the revolutionary people are not telling the Grenadian people why they were shooting each other on the street. So we know Gary, we could say, okay, Gary won an election and he went to the British and they give him independence, but you have a revolution with two groups of people. Sometimes you guys come together on a commonality, and then you have times you guys don't see eye to eye, and there is things in Grenada you guys not revealing to us. So I don't see that amalgamation of two events with two different history. It doesn't make sense to me.
So I have to push back a little bit, because Hudson, in saying that, what you have done is that you have destroyed your entire 50-year argument about the interconnectivity of our nation's history. Because probably more than any other person that I know, you are a person that have always sought to find what happens in the different villages of the country, how it ties us together as a people and ties us back to our ancestral history. So for you to say now that October 19th, as terrible as a day as it was, has no relationship to independence, and then come back and say, had it not been for independence, we would not have had a revolution, which is an issue that we can debate, you have completely destroyed your brand.
But my relationship is you're dealing with corn and peas, the revolution.
You're dealing with what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Let me make my point, and you will make yours. We don't argue. Celebrating February 7th, 1974 shouldn't have anything to do with the revolution. Then you're going to have to bring in, if you're going to bring in October 19th in it, then you will have to also incorporate people who say October 25th they were free. So you're opening a can of worms. This is not.
But that has not been the argument, though.
No, Hudson, that's a...
Okay, the people who are locked up and they're set free on October 25th, they're going to say, okay, I'm part of that independent event. So what we have to do is just celebrate the 50th anniversary of our independence, and perhaps we could have forum about what took place in the 50 years. So, I can see October 19 community when the 90% of Grenadians have no idea of what happened on October 19th. And
well, I don't think that's accurate. But
there is, to me, you know me already when I take a position.
Okay, all right, but that's insanity when information becomes available and you still hold on to the same position.
What is the information?
But okay, so let me make this point because I want John to go on to the housing issue, which is my real expertise. But let me make this point.
That's my
the two most seminal day in our history since 1974 is February 1974. And you know, on one hand, a high for many Grenadians, all right, that we are an independent nation now. There were even people who were anti-Gary who supported independence, right? People like me who were anti-colonialists from coming out of my mother's womb, all right? And then our low point of October 19th, all right? So I don't see how in any nation's history you cannot see the direct linkage between a nation 4 or 5 years, well, at that time we were at about 9 years. We weren't a decade yet into independence, so-called independence.
Yeah.
And we had this terrible tragedy, disaster, whatever you want to call it, okay? And then you had still a very young nation, a little bit over toddler status, right? Having to rise from the ashes to get to middle age, 50. And you still don't see no relation.
No.
Well, you know,
the October 19th thing should be a different event. The two things doesn't.
Okay.
That is not a well-reasoned. That's not a well-reasoned position.
On the 50th year of independence, we could talk about what happened in the 50th year.
But Hudson, if I could interject here.
But then what you guys are looking at, there were people in jail during the revolution, and
that's fine. That didn't get during your time too.
Let us be civil. Do you know how you might be pro October 19? People in Grenada could mobilize a demonstration in Grenada on October 19 and say,
Hudson, nobody is pro October 19.
Again.
Nobody is pro October 19 because you say because you're saying things that are fundamentally not true.
No, but you don't let me come.
Okay, but let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead, finish the statement.
There are people in Grenada. If you understand, we don't live in a revolution. You have a new government. October 19 could destabilize the NDC government. I'm going to explain to you all. There are people who are locked up in the revolution. They could mobilize people and come out October 19th and say, this is a freedom day for them too. They could say, the day Maurice Bishop died, give them the opportunity to be free. You're only looking at it one way.
That's an assumption, though.
And
Because hold on, Hudson,
remember,
Hudson.
we are not even in a revolution.
Hold on, Hudson.
Government.
Brother John, Brother John, let's allow Hudson to finish what he's saying. Let's see at what point he's going to finish making his point.
Okay.
NDC government have to go back to the Grenadian voters in 3 years and months. So I don't see why we should allow October 19th to create conflict, because NDC won 9 seats in an election. They didn't get vote from a majority of vote from people who wants October 19. They get vote from people who wants October 19, yes. They get vote from people who didn't like October 25th. They have get vote from people who tired with Kit Mitchell. Yeah, they get voted for all different things. So if you're thinking from going back to the voters in 5 years, you're creating a Kanawam, and you're creating, I don't listen to all political program. You're giving food for NNP activists. I'm not involved in politics, but you guys have to try to get October 19.
You are. So stop
Delbert, let's just see how long he intends to go for.
Me? No, I'm going to cut off. I'm just telling you, you opening a can of worm, because people have to go back to the...
Yeah, you've said that before, so you're starting to repeat yourself now. So
no, I'm close now.
Okay, all right. So now that you've closed, here's what.
Yeah.
Okay, the life of let's consider Grenada like an individual. Its birth was in 1974. Okay, as a nation, its birth was in 1974. So that child was born in 1974, and it is growing, and it's having different experiences and so on. It went to kindergarten, and you go to you move on up to into the grade section. You go on to high school. You may have bust somebody's head. You may have become delinquent along the way. You may have done different things, and so how can you say that the different experiences that you would have had along the way are disconnected, and there's no relationship between one and the other? Your experiences during that time is the sum total of what makes you who you are at this juncture. So I think it is important, right? And I don't see anything wrong I don't see anything wrong. Scrap that. Not I see. It is not. And we cannot disconnect one from the other. Okay? Every element of what we've been through, every element of our experience is interrelated and interconnected, because you did say that there couldn't have been a revolution without independence, as Delbert already pointed out. In the same way, the things that happened on the 19th couldn't have happened without the revolution. What happened on the 25th couldn't have happened without the events that came before. Everything is interconnected. Now, we are not, when we're celebrating the 50th anniversary of independence, we are not celebrating a date. When we start speaking about the 19th, it is not something that you can just take in isolation from everything else that has happened. When you get to the 25th, it is not something that you can take in isolation from everything else that has happened. Everything is interconnected and interrelated. It is part of our demand. I gave you a time. I said leave you to talk, and you talk until you exhausted yourself. You started repeating yourself. I haven't started to repeat myself. Okay, right? So you cannot disconnect one from the other. Everything is interconnected. And if you notice, it was just, I don't blame the government. I am not against the government for changing its position on the launch date, because that's all it is the date on which you launch the celebration, the 50th anniversary celebration, right? And October 19th, they have decided to make it a holiday based on its significance in our history. Brother Joseph made a significant point, and tell you the truth, I didn't make the connection with you until when you speak about the land speech and so on. That is when I really make the connection, and I take a good look at you, and I know the family you're coming from. But this,
just one question before we change. I just have one question for Hudson. What is your understanding as to what was going to happen on October 19th? I mean, when the thing was rolled out, when they announced it, what is or was your understanding of what was going to happen on October 19th? Yeah, just
very good question. Yeah. You will have different groups of people who will come out, and possibility there will be small group of.
No. I'm asking about what you think the government was going to do. The planning committee, when they announced that they're launching on October the 19th, the independence, and when you heard that, I don't know if you listened to the committee or what, but what, from your understanding, listen, and I know you follow news, what do you think was going to happen on October 19th? From the government side, I'm talking about possible protests or what people may do, but the government intention, what do you think? Your understanding, you may be right or you may be wrong, but what do you think was going to happen? Because there's a question a lot of people had. A lot of people. Yeah,
essentially, what does that launch on the 19th entail?
What did it look at to you?
What I personally think?
Yeah, based on your understanding. I mean,
what I personally think, you know how to put grenade and a burning grenade.
It's all Gary, I
you know that already.
What am I to what I am?
You know that already. Just you know that already. You know that already. Just say what you have to say.
Yeah, it was 1951. We can't take it. My personal opinion on that is that this present government and is trying to sort of create a kind of policy.
Hudson, that was not the question. Hudson, that was not the question.
No, you asked me what is my personal.
No, that was not the question he asked you. Question was, what was your interpretation
of what the government have done?
Side that was going to happen.
What?
On October 19th.
I'm giving my interpretation.
No. You're talking about something completely different.
How you know that I'm talking about something completely?
I know you.
When you cut me off.
Okay, let him finish.
The interpretation is that the government is trying to sort of move. Okay, what is going on is that the NDC government of today is not the NDC government of the past.
That is not the question. That is not the question.
Well, why you won't let me complete?
No,
why you won't let me answer the question? I want to answer the question on the table.
Let me ask you a question. What is the government?
Huh?
What is the government?
No, don't use real psychology here. The question was asked to you by Toro. What do you expect the government to do on October the 19th?
I don't know. It didn't happen, so I don't know.
But you said but also ask the question on the basis that they said. Basically, you're saying that you disagree with the day and other things, and you will disagree on it. Let's say, for example, Unison Joseph said he disagreed with the October 19th based on for economic reason. Other people disagreed on the day because they said they lost loved ones. So my question was, and it's a serious question, not intended as a frivolous one. And as I was telling the guys earlier, and you weren't on, part of the problem we have with the October 19 announcement was that there was no education around why it was being done. It was just announced. So, and seriously, I'm asking you, you may have a different interpretation of why they're doing it on the day. So I was asking you, just as Unison said you oppose it on economic reason, I'm asking you why.
Well, I was about to give you my
just as a first,
Delbert is cutting me off.
Oh, forget Delbert, just answer me. Delbert, you and Delbert have understand?
That's the point.
That's my 10 batteries, buddy.
I know.
Delbert, don't interrupt.
My position is that we have a government that is incorporate with people who were part of the revolution. And not only the NDC government, the NNP government also have people.
So the point is mute. So your point is mute then.
Well, you see again, you cut me.
Delbert, leave the man alone now.
Delbert, don't say nothing.
No, but if you have people, no. You guys giving him a pass. I can't.
No, we're not giving him a pass.
Maybe explain from the revolution in both
political parties. If you let me make my comment.
If you have people from the revolution,
hold on. Delbert.
Now it's no run out on us, man.
Can you ask Delbert to let me make my comment?
Okay, Delbert, please.
Yes,
I'm appealing to Delbert.
I've been doing that.
Delbert, go drink some water and come back. Go drink some water. Where is the water, Delbert? Let Hudson continue. Go ahead, Hudson. Go ahead.
The revolutionary people split. Right? You have one group end up in the NNP and one in the NDC. Right?
That's not true. Go ahead.
They have a lot in common. Right? They have in common. I never hear a regular guys who in NDC hit Petro hard. Right? They don't say nothing about Petro. They will cost everybody. Right? So I know those guys. There is something in commonality, but there is other little difference they have. So what I'm saying is that the government of Grenada is trying to incorporate former revolutionary people into the mix of bringing Grenada forward. You have them in both political things. I'm not saying everything the revolution did was bad, right? You guys too thin-skinned. There are good programs in the revolution, yes. And both NNP and NDC knows that. But the point is, what I'm making is that we're in a state in Grenada where not everybody evolve as you or even me or what Raphael is talking about, everything interconnected. Okay. You have to realize not everybody evolve the same.
Right. So Hudson, since I know we run out of time, but since I'm the one that asked the question, I think I kind of get your gist, and I will try to summarize.
Right.
You're saying that you saw this as an attempt by the government to try and bring revolutionaries who are now NDC and NNP together as a kind of revolting to bring them back together. So that's your interpretation of the launch.
Yeah, and tell the good of every part.
Okay. Okay.
Which is
what I'm saying to you guys is, you might evolve, Raphael, but you don't know how many percent of Grenadians evolve at your level. This is why you guys, and at the state we are in now, you guys have to tread quietly.
So they're trying to bring back another revolution.
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
You could cause distrust and
no, we don't. And that's not going to happen.
Well,
that's not going to happen. Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Let me tell you why.
That you're gonna lose the election.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. I've lived here all my life, right? I've visited the US, I visit England and so, but I have lived here all my life. Okay? I'm going to be 65 on the 23rd of October. And I've lived here all my life. So I don't need anybody to tell me to come from anywhere. And anybody who have spent extended period out there, to analyze anything or to enlighten me on anything in that regard. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, the point I am making is, I have been to some of those institutions. I have been to NULO, right? I have been to NULO, and apart from me being there, I used to bring people to speak. And when the March 13 period was coming up, I was asked to do presentation to groupings there, the students. And the students have a thirst to get an insight into that period. Because there are many people, and Lincoln made the point that the US did a good job on it. And the job that was done is that for an extended period, that was something that was a don't go there area.
Mm-hmm.
That was not discussed at all. And I think it is critical and it is important that we have open discussions about these things and be able to identify and make the connection and have an appreciation as to how every element of our history is related to the other. The young people want to know, and they don't get to know by you nitpicking what you give to them and what you don't. And the opportunity is being provided now, given that we're going into our 50th anniversary celebration. It is an opportunity for all of us to take a holistic view, not leaving out anything, and being able to appreciate how one element of our history is connected to the other. A chain is not a chain if it's not linked up. But you could have a link at one end, at one point of it, that is silver, but you have another link at another part of it that is bronze, and you have another link at another part of it that is gold. But it doesn't mean that they are not all part of that single chain. It is like our region. Our region, we have the Caribbean region. Our islands have their differences, but there are these elements that connect us together. Yeah, that link is there in spite of whatever other differences and what experiences, individual experiences, particular islands may have had. And so there's that interconnectivity that keeps us, that is part of the history, that is part of everything, the relationship and everything. And right. we cannot go about nitpicking what we talk about and what we discuss and feel, well, okay, these people might feel away and that person might, everybody come with their own. And that is one of the things that happen. Every one of us, we become part of an organization. And when we become part of that organization, each and every one of us, we come there with our own sentiments, our own feelings, our own background, our own this, but we have to come together now and work together as a unit in spite of the disparities that we come with. And it is when we don't manage it, that is when the chaos and so on and so on can ensue. So we have to have this conversation if we are going to mature, if we are going to get to the point that we are aspiring to.
I always, and Pablo, one of the things I often hear, right, and I think Hudson make a point to it, and Delbert kind of referred to it earlier on too, is the same people making the same statement without any progressive changes in them in looking for betterment. I'm going to start to say, just to appease to people, we want betterment, we want to come together, but then they go back and try to discredit everything that the revolution has done and leave it out of proportion. I don't like them. I don't like what they jail people for 3,000 people was in that, and this only hopeful. And that's been the mantra for the last 40 years of the persons who want to make a claim that the revolution was so bad that nothing good about the glorious. What is about the glorious revolution? We hear it all the time from the same people, right? Not even embracing the fact that you have an international airport. At that time you have doctors now to spoil and grain that came from Cuba out of the revolution. There's many other things. 40 state enterprises was created. Education was a priority for the nation. All of this stuff, but the still wasn't a glorious revolution. On October 19th,
Brother John, without continue, just to summarize it, the level of growth that took place between that period never happened before and has not happened since.
Exactly.
And each and everyone, regardless to which camp they come from, this is something that cannot, listen, as I've said to Hudson many times before, unlike Brother John, unlike Depradin, unlike Delbert, I was not involved with the revolution. I wasn't part of the revolution at all.
You miss a big part of your life, man.
No, I was here. No, I had my issues with all you. Yes. I had my issues with all you fella. And me and Harry Duncan and Atta Hostin and them and so we used to have it out and go.
And we didn't put you in jail?
I had my
Pablo, we didn't put you in jail?
No, me virgin bagger, all your lock up. But I don't know why I escaped.
I think Pablo, I think it's our future in you, Pablo.
Intelligence field, man.
I think Pablo was identified as a resource. So Pablo had to be
You wasn't lucky as Hudson, man. You wasn't lucky as Hudson.
I was rather jubilant. When Pablo was not involved in politics, I was a jubilant at the age of 17 years.
You understand?
Hudson, I want to address something that you said. Nobody in 3.5 or 3 1/4 or whenever the Prime Minister called election would be voting on that issue. Nobody, not one person, not one single. Nobody. This will
now
not be
you guys changing the topic.
Okay, you see how you like to cut, right? I'm responding to your point.
Yes, you put that in there.
Nobody is going to be voting on whether or not October 19th was a kickoff for the 50th anniversary. Nobody, not one single. Secondly, okay, the Prime Minister during his campaign expressed I wouldn't want to call it support, but he spoke on many occasions glowingly about things that happened during the revolution that were good for the Grenadian people. So people who voted for him knew he was sympathetic to some of the gains of the revolution. The point that Pablo makes, all right? I have never in my travels in Grenada, and I engage with a lot of young people, got into a group, and they don't care about the politics of that era. They want to know what happened. And if you could be honest with them and say, yes, we made mistakes. Yes, we did. Like I tell my friend Dennis all the time, listen, guys, we made enough dumb mistakes. We did enough stupid things for you now to be coming and adding to it. Criticize us on what we do. Don't add to it. Okay. The other point that the other point, and Hudson, you make that point all the time, and I'll just say one thing and wait for the other.
Before we move on.
That one of the you say that a lot of people don't know what happened, and that's because we don't read. Because there's been a lot of books, some of them poorly written, some of them erroneously written, but there are a lot of books out there that have been written about the Grenadian Revolution. And if people read more and more and more and more, and if we took an attempt to teach that in school, we'll probably have a better understanding of it. But
if they do like Hudson, because Hudson reads everything.
Of course, he's a ferocious reader.
I read everything, but I want to hear it from the horse's mouth too.
Hudson, you know that one of the main issue that led to the split in the revolution, one of the main issue was about the economic stagnation that the country was going through at that point in time. That is what led to this whole thing, you know. That's where the conversation started. That certain members felt that the country had stagnated. We had gotten so accustomed to 5 and 6 and how many percent growth. And all of a sudden we were growing by 2 and 3% and men were not satisfied, okay? And the conversation started about how do we restart the economic engine of the revolution. That was the main argument. Another one was that comrades were tired. Men were burnt out. There were men who had been working for 4 years,
And
16, 18 hours a day.
And women, Delbert.
And women.
Well, I'm including women in it. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I shouldn't.
all right.
Comrades, brothers and sisters who have been working this 16, 17-hour day with no break, with no vacation, with no nothing, on low salaries, you know, and they just got burnt out and their work began to decline.
And the disciplines are coming in.
And not recognizing those conditions, the OC started disciplining them.
Yeah.
So there was this was not about no big ideological difference that some more Leninist Marxist and some more Trotskyites and some more Bolshevik. So all of that nonsense, none of that. It came down to the economic conditions in the island and our available human resources.
Yeah, and a lot of stuff. And again, talking about information, and a lot of people read other books, and there are a lot of books still being written. And the book that Bernard wrote, The Greater Revolution: What Really Happened, is not being read by the people who really need to read it to know what went on. They're still ignoring because Bernard could wrote the book. So
Brother John. Before I lose that point,
go ahead.
What you just said there, and in keeping with what Hudson mentioned before about we not getting the full story, it's like there is that expectation out there that there should be a document that you can go to and you get the entire narrative as to what transpired, and you get that is not going to happen.
It's exactly.
And some people behaving as unless that happens, we cannot have closure.
Exactly.
The fact remains is, and I myself was able to learn and was able to get an appreciation of a greater appreciation of that period from reading from different perspectives. You're able to put the story together. You're able to get a better appreciation of what transpired during that period. Because it is the people who are waiting to get a holistic and a fulsome story coming out of one document that gives you from beginning to end, this is what happened, itemizing everything, that we have to come to terms with the reality that is not going to, it is never going to happen.
But Pablo, just to add a little bit to that, I think it's more than that. I think, again, as I said earlier, you hear people talking about truth and reconciliation, and you talk about reading books. People, even if they read a book, if it doesn't affirm what they already believe, they will dismiss the book. People are just looking for the truth that will coincide and jive with what they already believe. So even if you have a commission,
if you genuinely,
if a guy comes up, let's say there are two times. Listen, common sense, logic, everything tell you that the Americans were in control of every square inch of Grenada. People tell you that they went. I mean, the Americans came here. I think they wouldn't want to find the bodies. I mean, they must want to find the bodies. They were the last custodians of the body, right? So if you come forward and say, okay, if somebody believe, well, Hudson and them burn the body and throw it in the sea, even if an American soldier comes and he say we took the body, they won't believe it because they already believe that however the body was disposed. So people, again, they want information that will affirm what they already believe. You could give them 100 books. If it doesn't affirm what they already believe, and as I said earlier, people already made up their mind. It's an uphill task in terms of telling anybody anything. Even if it is one document and it doesn't affirm what they believe, they're going to dismiss it. That's my form of that belief.
Therefore, you're muted, Pablo.
I totally agree with you because you have a situation where people who didn't live through that period, students, did the research and they came and they said, listen, the Americans took the body away. The evidence that they found is the Americans took the body away. And people still, whenever October come up, tell us where the bodies are. Tell us where the body. You think America come here and given the fact that you had soldiers who were involved with the whole scenario, taking them around and so that they wouldn't have been able to say, this is where the bodies are and the bodies were not recovered. Studies were done. Students who have no axe to grind in this thing did this study and they wrote the report and they said, this is what the findings were. Yeah, go ahead, Hudson.
Well, you and Depot narrative take me back to Genesis where it's blasphemy to ask where Cain, after Cain killed his Abel, where he find his wife, and ask God if he knows everything, why he created the devil if he is a good God.
You listen, you go in there by yourself when I ain't getting particular on that one.
Yeah.
That's not a religious subject. I'll do it on this aspect of this with devil and Christian devil. However, so we come to the end of that part of the show. I want to move on to another topic of discussion that is really making the rounds here. In Grenada, and it has been the talking point all over for a while. I want to leave that but for last out of this one. But Raphael first. It's dealing with the housing situation in Grenada, and I'm going up to. I want Mr. Unison to come in after that, and then I go to Lincoln and Pablo and Hudson, and then go to Delbert. I want you to tell me in Grenada, as it relates to the housing situation in terms of the non-payments and the persons who got houses, how we end up at this point? What could be done? Pablo? And okay, we could put in with the Prime Minister.
Listen, the bottom line is, because of the manner in which Dr. Mitchell handled government and governance, his supporters, you remember him saying that we look after our own?
Yes.
His supporters developed a sentiment and a mentality that because they support the NNP, they have an entitlement. One. And as a consequence, all of the government offices, the parliamentary representative offices were used as an NNP office. It functioned as an NNP office, so much so that once you were deemed to be, perceived to be someone who did not support NNP, if you show up at that office of your parliamentary representative, you most likely and very often got the response, what you come and do here? What he come and do here? And often, in many cases, people who actually were in need of support from those social services programs were left out. I mean, you get many stories, right? I recall in the run-up to the 2008 elections, when Kem Jones became associated with the NDC's campaign in Goa of St. John, I was the chairman of the constituency branch at the time, and I was chairing all of the pocket meetings and so. Kem Jones had recently had his fallout with Dr. Mitchell and the NNP and so. He subsequently held a one-man meeting in Grand Roy. And that was the first time I was getting to know the Kem Jones. But when he came on board, there were people who were part of our campaign who were not receptive to him. Yeah. Why? Because of the reception they had received from him when he was an NNP operative, or when he was more or less the person leading the operations at the NNP office. Okay? And I used to have to say, especially when we have meetings, and I have to introduce him to speak. My introductory piece used to be, in 1999, NDC lost every seat. In 2003, NDC won 7 seats. It means, therefore, that there were those persons who would have voted for the NNP in 1999 that had to vote for the NDC in 2003 so that they could get the 7 seats. And you need more such persons to come on board in order for you to get over the line and to be able to form the government. Kem Jones is one of them. Okay? And you know what? In no time at all, they embraced Kem Jones. In no time at all, they were more keen to go out with Kem Jones than they were to go out with me. Because I had a community development background. Kem Jones had a political background. He had had the political training that I didn't have. He knew the ground because he had been involved and he knew the people and so on. Yeah? And Kem Jones grew from there. I say this to say. So that's one element of what happened. Another thing that happened as a consequence of that, I rode on a bus one day. And there was this guy, they were speaking about the housing and people having to pay and so on, who didn't pay. Right? And that is a long time ago. And you know what this NNP guy's mentality is? Well, it's government and so, and government, so we don't want to pay and so. So that is something that was encouraged, right? That is something that was encouraged. And as an administration, the NNP administration never sought to ensure that the people, because there were different elements to that program. There were the grants and there was that part of it where you have to pay incrementally. But they never made any effort to collect from those who were supposed to pay. And it became ingrained in the minds of those persons. And many of the NNP people, as I say, they saw it as an entitlement, that they were entitled to that. And it is the politicization of government and governance that has brought us to that. I was surprised to hear Dr. Mitchell recently in his press conference accusing NDC of politicizing the police and all of that, when everybody knows how much Dr. Mitchell has politicized every element of government institutions over the years. So to me, this is the foundation. This is the foundation and the root of what has brought us. There would be other elements to it, right? But this is the foundation and the root of what has brought us to this situation regarding the housing and the payments and so.
So I heard this, and there's some houses $100 and something $1,000, you get for $50 something $1,000, and paying $225 a month for one bedroom apartment. And one guy was making the point that if two persons working at $1,200 each a month, right, they could easily pay off that thing in half the time, right? But the fact that nobody was paying the monies that is owed for the houses has gone to an unbelievable amount of money owing to the government of Grenada. And it seems as though a correction is trying to be made to ensure that the government get back the money in the coffers so it could do more and advance the society where people can have a comfortable place to stay for and to have a more equitable lifestyle in terms of if I own the house 5 years after, I could sell the house, I could sell the apartment for more money, for market value then or more, right? And then move out and buy something bigger, do something more with the money. They have more options with equity in their home that can use to do other things to better the economic standard of the people. But when you have people not paying up, not owning the property in the sense where how they should own it, it creates a problem for the economy. And people are looking at it that way. So I want to know, I'll go to Mr. Unison. Based on what you have heard thus far, I want to pick everybody's brain on what they think caused that and what they think should be done in terms of advancing the cause of the economic development of Grenada where housing is concerned.
Okay. It's a topical issue, and I seen Raphael take the point of view of a political lens. However, that's not a Grenada issue. Repayment of government grants and subsidies is not unique to Grenada. It's a worldwide issue. You take a typical example of the Eglinton LRT, where the government is paving, and up to now, they still don't have an end date, and that's been going on for 7 years.
Yeah.
Now, we could blame the former administration, you could blame former lines. It goes back to an educational part of it. And this government administration is in office now. You have to do what is best. Whatever wrong was created back then, you is the one in charge of your house. You cannot tell me when you was living in the house, the board was rotten, and I come in and I'm going to leave the board rotten. You have to fix it. So you got to find means. And we have to remember, we come out of a pandemic. And sometimes the impact, we have to find out when the people stop paying for the apartments. Is it something recently? They never paid for it? What is the age dynamics of the people living in the apartment? Is it after they retired, they couldn't find income to pay? Is it the disability? So my question to the government is, if you find there was wrongs in the housing system, is you in office now, you have to find ways and means of collecting. I think there should be some way of collecting monies due, but we cannot every day go back to past administration and political. Everything is political. Is political. Whether it is this administration, the former administration, we're going to blame each other. But is we as individuals has to find a way to come together. And this is low-income housing also. So it's not people that making substantive. Someone made the comment about if two persons are working for $1,200, they could easily pay. But if you look at the price of goods and services, the Canadian government here right now is putting structures for supermarkets to formalize the prices to curb that effect. Yeah. So Grenada is a prisoner of its geography, meaning where we are, we only have so much land space. We are net import country. So the price of goods and services will increase. The pandemic has taken a big chunk of our economic viability away, and food security is also at risk. So my point of view is, yes, the government should find ways of, this administration should find ways, but we cannot go back and continually blame a former administration. We have to do something.
So in that case, what do you think should be done? And given the fact that I can make mention about the age group of people and so on, and I can make you talk about the Canada construct. It doesn't matter the age in Canada either. You have to pay, or you lose the house. Yes.
Yes.
So if we use that yardstick in Grenada too, we have to go, and we want to use comparison. Then we got to do the same in Grenada as well. Yes. Right now, if for some reason the people who have not been paid for over 5 years. More than 5 years. Some people have not paid. They make 1 or 2 payments. Based on records that has been dispensed, right? So why wasn't these people paying up the monies, right? It could be a lot of different reasons, right? Yes. But if the bank was the one that had to pay, they are losing already. Yes. So the discipline factor is that if the bank, they know the bank will take it if they lose it, if they don't pay, they will pay up. They will find the money to pay it. So the solution now, the government had to probably, the housing company had to guarantee the loan, but they go to the bank for it and get it. So they will be disciplined enough to pay for it. Not take it from them, but make them commit to the contract they sign for the loan to get the house. But if they're going to, like I say, like if I was making the point, the government, you don't have to pay them. I mean, and we said over the same thing here. People feel that they don't have to pay for things, that they just government, they should get it as free. But no, if the government don't sell candies, they demand taxes and all that kind of stuff to make the money. So if they do a low housing project, so other persons could get out of it. You're being selfish and not pay, because that money you're paying back is going towards further development for more houses. They get a gift from China. Well, yes, if somebody give me a gift and he said to use it to create an income, so other people could benefit from it. Why am I not paying up my portion?
Yeah, but John, that's why I go back to the educational piece and the civic responsibility of our people. We have to have about education where we teach people about our civics, what the foundation we lay for the next generation. But my whole argument is based on, you cannot just say, like Raphael pointed and says, it's the NNP mentality, and this is a mentality that when government owns something, people think it's their taxpayers' money, and it's not isolated to Grenada. It's everywhere. So the argument of saying it's just an NNP situation or NDC situation, to me, it doesn't hold water. It's just something that we have to instill, and maybe better structures has to be put in place. So when you get a home, to ensuring compliance, they have to pay. The compliance part of it is what's lacking. And it's just not just the housing part of it. You have the agriculture part, where people is not paying for tractors and certain things. So it's not just isolated to the housing. It's a widespread.
But I think, again, mentality of people that have been encouraged. Can I tell you something? During the period, we had a housing program going on. People was paying. They had no default, and more people think it was low enough, and people was paying up their money, right? So the mentality have shifted because the culture was created for that. The discipline wasn't there, and that's the breakdown we have. Whether NNP or NDC, we create a culture that.
But remember, I listened to a former Prime Minister Maurice Bishop says, in a revolution, things operate differently. So in democracy, we have a lot of discussion. In a revolution, there is action.
There's action.
So I mean, it's as Hudson does say, you can't put the corn with the peas.
All right.
But I agree, it's a problem that we have to sit down.
Are you saying that we would have going to move you out after 1 month if you didn't pay?
In a find creative ways to make you pay. So that's
all right. Let me go on to Hudson George. Then I'll go to Toro. Hudson George, your take on the whole housing situation, and you've been talking about a little bit about on your show.
Well, housing situation is I think Pablo have a point where he said it was an NNP fault. I agree with Pablo on that one. Although he thin skin sometimes, but he's totally right on that one. It is government, it's government fault. I will tell you why it's the fault. Now, if the Chinese government give the people of Grenada a gift in cash money to build housing, right? Low-income housing. The word people is how you use words. You see, language is a powerful thing.
English language.
And you guys know that. Everybody know that. Now, China giving the Prime Minister of Grenada money for the people of Grenada. The amount of money China give Kit Mitchell to build the houses is not for everybody to get a house. So the houses, I support Pablo again, the houses was given for political bases. Right? So the people who get the houses, what they do is, or what they think, and what the Prime Minister also thinks was a bargain. I'm going to vote for you till the rest of my life, and I wouldn't pay for my accommodation. And then you, the Prime Minister, and your government say, okay, that's my sure vote. I don't want to rock the boat, so they're not paying. I want to ask them to pay. And that's what happened. But this is bad policies. Also, the 40,000, the houses, when they move into the houses, the cost was $40,000, right? So $40,000, I'm sure when you go on them houses, you see motor car. Some of them have cars, they have SUV, they've been playing the banker market. If I'm talking nonsense, tell me.
No, just go ahead.
Right, so if they have priority to go and take a loan in the bank, some of them to own vehicles, is putting the cart before the mule. You don't afford a car yet. Take the bus and pay your mortgage. That's how I see it on that one. So I blame the NNP government for for what happened with that
payment. Yeah.
That payment situation.
Right.
And I think the present government is right to ask for the money, because a grant is not only a physical thing. The house is physical. But when you pay the government for the housing you get, the government could use that money for other projects and programs for the people of Grenada. So you don't only settle on in the physical housing. So Pablo is right on that one.
All right. Okay, thank you. Lincoln Deputy. And I've said that Lincoln Deputy also a journalist. So again, and still in good standing.
Right,
yes,
right.
He's a seasoned journalist in Toronto as well. And I always appreciate your comments, and I want to hear your views on this housing project and non-payment and what should be done, what has the government done? Is it the right thing to do at this point in time? And just give us your general views on what is going on as it relates to the housing.
Well, housing is a poor people issue internationally.
Yep.
Housing and healthcare.
Yeah.
In Canada right now, we have people in Scarborough, they're on what they call a rent strike. They say they ain't paying no more rent because the rent is going up and the building is not being repaired. I mean, so it's a poor people issue. I remember Delbert told Hudson that people won't be voting on the October 19th thing when the election comes. And I support him on that, but they're going to be voting on housing.
Yes, they will.
They're going to be voting on housing.
Yes.
Right? And the issue of payment, as Unison said, whether people, I think we always take this kind of general view that people who are not paying, they're not paying because they're bad pay or they're bad-minded. We don't know how many of those people can't pay whatever they're supposed to pay. But we take the default position that they ain't paying because they're either bad-minded or they just didn't want to pay. Or we chop some people off some social program because they didn't deserve it, so we just clean up the list. We didn't check before to see how many people really need that. And the thing that for me is that like so many things in Grenada, this housing thing, when I listen to it, has come down to part of the political tribalism in Grenada. Those who support the government, this present government, NDC, see nothing wrong with what the government is doing. And I ain't taking sides, I'm just expressing how I see it. Those who support the NMP say, well, this government is wicked and bad for changing whatever it is. And in the middle of that are the poor people in Grenada, NDC and NMP people, caught in the middle of this political divide. Whereas the middle class on both sides, NDC and NMP, telling you what they should do, and it's good to change the program, and the other one saying it's wicked to change the program. The poor people are in the middle of that. The poor people who need housing are caught in the middle, both NMP poor and NDC poor. And they're going to be voting on that issue. If there's some NMP people who voted for NDC in the last election, no doubt about that.
Yeah. If
they lose the housing, they're most likely not to vote for NDC in the next election. If more people get think they may vote for it. So the government have to balance that thing. That to make sure who get in the housing, and more people go like to support them. That's the political part.
What?
Right? That's the political part. The other thing is, and I'm going back to what I said earlier about communication, education. I listened to that within the Housing Authority press conference.
Yeah.
And I was confused. The people who were speaking didn't even show what they were talking about. So the poor people who were supposed to get a housing, them didn't even know what them guys were talking about. Telling the poor people to go up to a bank and most people, maybe, again, we take the default position that everybody have a bank account and they have a credit card and they have a debit card and they know how to negotiate things. We starting from always a middle class position. Most of the people who need the housing might be poor people who maybe don't have a credit card like us. Maybe don't have a bank account. And if they have a bank account, it's $200, right? So again, to me, the part of this is the poor people getting caught in the middle of this thing. And we're talking high full. I mean, I listened to the press conference, I was confused. Somebody asked somebody on the Housing Authority who is the select committee, and he said he don't know who's the selection committee. You're the chairman, you don't know who the selection committee is? That doesn't sound thing to me. So again, to summarize, one, we had to start thinking from the poor person's point of view and take the default. Let me find out what's really going on with these people and taking a position that these people just bad pay and they want to pay. And also remember, it's both NNP and NDC poor. They have nothing to do with whatever fault, mistake Keith Mitchell made. It's not them to blame. They just need a roof over the head. So let's help them too. And the government was elected to help all Grenadians, not just, and so we beat up Keith Mitchell and maybe he was helping NNP people alone. But NDC was elected to bring a new kind of environment, a new ambience and everything. So let's find out from the NNP people, those we need to keep in the housing. Those who need the housing, throw them out. I'm the first one to say throw them out. Those who could pay and pay, man, get the police to move them out. But let's take care of everybody. Let's find out those NNP people who need the housing. And not just because they get housing on the NNP, maybe it was a ratchet thing. They have nothing to do with that. The people who are in charge of the housing and the government of the NNP, those are the ones to blame. So let's start looking at things from the poor people point of view rather than NDC and NNP. And also, again, I'm emphasizing education. As I said, Grenada Housing Authority came to talk about that thing, and at the end, I was confused. And maybe there are a lot of people who are confused just like me, how this thing is going to roll out, right? Like somebody was saying, they tell them go to the bank or the credit union for a loan. The credit union loan committee meets once a month, and they have to get this thing done by some date in October. So if the credit union loan committee meets on September the 25th, they're meeting again until October the 26th, October the 28th. So how do you negotiate a loan?
In that one
month, you know what I mean? So that's my position on the whole thing. I mean, the politics of it, you guys could fight over the politics. I just concerned about the poor people in Grenada who getting caught in the middle of these tribal issues.
But and it said that, but I caught to a point. We same poor people buying cars and paying for the cars.
Yeah, right? But these are not poor people. There's no poor person in Grenada. Either a farmer, a fisherman, buying any car. That's a fallacy. That's a fallacy.
Right. Therefore, if you go close to this low-cost housing, there are vehicle parked there.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Show these people, maybe they need a housing. Right? So the majority of people have no cars parked there in Hudson. Majority of them. I've been to the housing. They have no cars parked there.
But not to jump in there a second, guys. But you see, Arturo brought up a valid point, and I didn't want to leave it slip. Now, even here, right? And John made a point, we correlating the two, like we join parallels. But if someone is poor, I think we expect to see certain things in that area, right? So even when the Canadian government gives you subsidies for homes and this, there's certain amenities that you're allowed to have, right? Now, a car parking in front of a low-income home doesn't mean that that person owns that car.
Yeah,
exactly. You could be working for Hobbarts. I remember when I was younger working for Hobbarts doing sales. I didn't own a vehicle, but when you see me talk, I used to be spinning my keys. Some evenings, they used to give me the car to go home. Right. So you might see a car in front of my house, it's not mine. It's a company. Sometimes I think there's certain things we want to do.
Yeah, some people complain, for example, that other person is poor and they have a housing and they're going to a Shabbat show or they're going to a killer show, so they shouldn't go nowhere.
Exactly. It's not a matter of cutting you.
They shouldn't go by the hairdresser. They shouldn't go by the hairdresser.
At least you pay $50 a month.
But Hudson, yes, I'm agreeing with you. But Hudson, I'm agreeing with you in theory, but we just can't say that. We need to find out each situation on its merit, find out. Rather than just casting a broad net.
Everybody could pay, but some of them don't.
Right, I'm agreeing on that. But what I'm saying is just casting a broad net and say, okay, this government should take action because these people are not paying.
No. I'm not saying that the government should throw them out.
No, I'm saying that's what people pay, throw them out. I'm saying those people pay, throw them out.
Anytime you want to ghettoize black people, just tell them they're poor and put them in low-cost housing.
No, the people are poor. Yeah, I know that happens.
And then you know what happened 20 years from now? You get ghetto jobs and gunman mentality.
But Hudson, I agree on all that, but there are some people who are objectively poor, right? And things happen that they have no control over. I mean, there are poor people. There are poor people in Canada, in the States, in Grenada. And they're objectively poor. We had to look at them. We just can't show everybody and say all of them are drug dealers and they're just making children to get government assistance. You don't have that so. And I'm speaking as a poor person. I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You understand? Yeah. We have that sympathy for poor people. We develop this attitude that poor people just don't want to help themselves. So if the government gives them assistance for 5 years, after 5 years, they're supposed to pull up themselves by the bootstrap and move to another level and own this and own that. Life don't happen like that.
Well, I want to go back to something that you said, Toro. Hold on, Hudson. You know, and this is something that we said at the Revolution Day, is educating the people, getting them to understand why they're doing, how they're doing, what they're doing, how they do it, right? And I think the government at this present time should engage in educating people on those aspects, right, of home ownership and the importance of having a home, what it is to own one of those things, and the benefits of you having one and paying up for it and owning it, right? Because the fact of the matter is, if we do not educate them and financial freedom, financial literacy, right? If you don't know that buying a house and paying for owning the house outright, you can use that collateral to do many other things that you want to do, all right? You could use it to buy a house, buy the same car, another car, and to educate your children, send to university abroad. You could use the money from the equity in your house to do those things. So I think a whole lot of education has to be done, Tero. Like I said, education. Education is liberation. Education is right.
But John, you live in Toronto, cheer you, and me make 4. Toro, Mr. Joseph, Unison Joseph, and you, John, and myself. Where did the first prayer palace built, and where the big one with helicopters could learn to build? Not in low-income area.
Yeah.
Where the money was coming from.
Hold on.
Where make the money from?
Hold on. The purpose in an industrial.
Wait, I ask a question.
Yeah, the whole. Okay, let me answer you. And that's
these churches become multi-millionaire in the post area.
Hudson.
Jane and Finch area.
Hudson,
so
let me tell you something.
What talking about?
Hold on, let me say that.
This was low-income people.
But Hudson, you
going to the
understand the point. You make your point. You make your point. You make your point.
Money into something else.
Hudson, you make your point. We get it. What I'm saying to you is that, let me make one correction of you. That same house in that whole project there, again, you're going to educating your people. That's my point. Educate them to make the right decision. Okay? So if you don't educate them, you allow the same thing going to happen. If you're not educating them, that's what's going to happen. Okay? And that's the problem we have. We're not educating our people. We're just saying what we want to say, but not educating them. I think education is important in those areas. And what you have to do is educate your people. If you're not educating them, you have a problem.
Yeah, I agree. Instead of giving $10 to the church, give 5 and save the other 5 to do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, but it's true. I mean, look at it there. I mean, the bank is there. If everybody save $20 every week, $20 every week, right? For the next 20 or 30 years, I say when $1,000, you know what? Let me take $1,000 off and put in an investment portfolio somewhere, right? I put in Procter and Gamble. Don't buy $1,000 in Procter and Gamble. In the next 5 years, you know your money could be increased. But we're not teaching people those things. But tell them if you don't pay your tithes, you know, you won't get blessed. God won't bless. You know, and this is the kind of a criminal mentality. You know what I'm saying? That you start employing people financially, you make them feel like they don't pay the tithes, they can't achieve nothing. And they don't want to reach because they're afraid they won't go to heaven. You know what I mean? So when you look back in the scriptures, a whole lot of rich people was there. Job wouldn't have required for a food stamp. David and Solomon. So why would I want to be like David and Solomon and Job? I want to have 10 times more than I had before. I want it too. Because if they make it to heaven, and let me tell you something, folks. He didn't say the rich man would not get in. He said it's hardly. You mean that he would not get in? You know what I'm saying? And let me tell you, and I'm saying this to say, a lot of people misconstrue scripture, right? When they talk about love of money, all kinds of stuff like that. You know, Jesus teaches most business and economic seminars. Look at the Bible. You see, it teaches that. But the people who don't believe in God, like Hudson and them, who don't believe in church, they misconstrue the Bible and make you feel that the white man give it to you. But they have a whole economic advantage in the Bible about sowing and reaping, investing, a lot of it. Okay, let me hold on. Don't say it. In the scripture, and I say it all the time with church folks, the prodigal son, everybody uses a sinner, you come home. But they don't see the teaching that Jesus was teaching. Tell this man, give his two children inheritance. One ask for money, they don't get real estate, property. He get the money. He ain't go in the foreign, in the tongue and buy real estate, you know. He buy a donkey, he open up a whole house, which he spent a time with. He wastes all the money. Not in one investment. And he come back home. He broke. And that happened to a lot of church people. They get money, they get rich, and they spend all. They put a lot of stuff in church and they throw it up in heaven when they go up there. No. When you're down here, is what you have to do here. You understand? And leave here for your children. The Bible talks about a man leaving an inheritance for his children and his children. You don't leave no inheritance for them. The cycle continues of poverty. You understand me? You got to create the environment for your children and your children. A lot of poor people, so-called poor people, refuse knowledge, financial literacy. They feel that the Bible is only book that will teach them how to become rich, and even though it's there, they're still not applying it.
Yeah, but John, you made a point, and Delbert, sorry, I know you're coming in, but you know, Hudson made a point about where the churches were built. You look at the tongue of Guelph. I'm from there, and most of us, or if not all of us, grew up under the poverty line. Do you know the church owns maybe 3/4 of the lands in Guelph? Because when the person passed away, they left the land to the church. A case in point, they was rebuilding the bridge in Guelph, and they could not have done anything because the church owned that property. So I said religion is something too.
They didn't want to do anything. They didn't want to do anything.
They didn't.
Yeah. But they eventually doing it. They eventually did it. But I'm just saying they had to. Who they thought was the landowners wasn't actually the landowners. The papers was for the church.
But and then unison in a revolution, things operate differently. That would never happen. So hold on, before you come in here, before you go there, let me say this, because you know a lot of times, right? We tend to go to the point where people should know, but if you don't educate them on it, if you don't teach them solid financial literacy, the school does not. And some of us get to know it by the job we involve when we hear people talking about it and how to get involved in stuff like that. And people seeing people getting rich and they say, all people talking about money, but they still don't take prayer. They still don't take thank you. You need money. The university don't thank you for your children tuition fees. So where would you get the money? Right? I say this to say, and listen more clearly. Imagine that people paying tithes $400 a week. Yeah, probably two households making good money. $800 from one household a week, going into the church coffers, probably $500 a week for 40 years, and not one cent go towards the children education for 40 years. Yes. And then when the child ready for education, the same church would not give you a scholarship for $20,000 for your child. You understand? Something is wrong about that. So we have to fix that. We have to start doing it differently, educating people differently. I have a brother one time in church, go on the pulpit, and I had to reprimand him for it, telling people that they must, the same thing Henderson said, that they must leave the insurance thing for the church. And I said, no, you can't do that, brother. I am not going to leave Genesis money for the church. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So we have to start educating people on financials and how to invest money. That's what we have to do. What the importance of insurance in the household, why we need it, and how we could benefit us. So even with the housing institution in Grenada, insurance is a key component of that too. Mortgage insurance, just in case you pop. You know what I mean? The hospital for your children who in the house will have to run. You see? So that's the kind of thing we're talking about. So about your turn, housing situation. I know you have a lot to say about it. Give you time to talk about that. Go ahead.
So listen, housing is a lot of really critical points has been made before. It is a huge problem worldwide. It is something that I have worked on now since 1997. And I've worked in low-income housing, middle-class housing, and luxury. So I have a real appreciation for all the different things. The problem in Grenada is an acute one, but it's not that big a problem. That particular issue is not too big to solve. The first thing I would do, I would fire the housing staff. As Toro said, these people do not know what they're doing, and they have not been able to communicate anything to the public. There are people in Grenada, right, who are destitute, who are poor, who cannot afford any quality housing, all right? And some arrangement has to be put in place to take care of these people. Probably the easiest way to do it is through this kind of public housing. But I have issues with those kind of public housing because I have seen what it has done in large cities like Newark and New York City and Chicago and St. Louis and parts of Toronto and other parts of the world, all right? In Brixton and other places, because it's an issue that when you look at housing as somebody as me, we look at it worldwide, okay? I read the UN annual report on housing more than I get involved in the politics of the day. So we would have to find with what's happening there, I suspect that the government is, and they need to be aggressive about it. They don't need to look indecisive and not know what they're doing. You know who has the units. You pretty much, because the government is such a large employer in Grenada, you know who are employed where and how much they're making. And you also know who really can't afford it. So it would be very easy to do some means testing and figure out what can happen there. But if we're going to lump all these units with poor people, then, you know, we're gonna have a problem down the road, because that creates its own kettle of worms. So you're gonna have to mix in the units. So you might find somebody who is living in a small unit next to somebody who is probably paying $600, $700, $800 for their 2 or 3 bedroom, depending on their income, depending on other financial obligations and so forth. But it's going to be some of the debt is going to have to be forgiven. Make no mistake about it. They're not going to be able to collect on all of this, and they're not going to be able to put people on the street. But as mentioned before, I personally know close to 12 people, and I posted that on Facebook earlier on this week, who are living in the diaspora. They were primarily vote getters for the NNP, organizers of the vote to come home and vote election, who have units in different places in different development that they never paid for. That is locked, closed up until they go to Grenada. Okay, I know 3 in particular who own houses in the countryside that is currently rented out, and they're collecting rent on it. So when they're in Grenada, they live in their apartment in St. George's, okay? And that's the only time that apartment has any activity. Those units should be, they should be foreclosed on or repossessed by the government. But asking people to rush to this bank, nah, they're gonna have to do something different than that. What I would suggest is that the government allocate some money in the budget right now for these loans. The Housing Authority probably is not the best place to do it. So it probably either you set up a housing finance corporation, you know, put the legal things together. It's not very difficult to do, you know. There are different models out there for doing it. I have a buddy who is an expert on it who would be happy to help them. Or you can do it through the Grenada Development Bank, okay? And probably some people are going to have to go into these units with no money down, because they don't, as Toro say, many people don't have savings, okay? And you're going to have to charge people, and you're going to get pushback from that. You're going to get pushback from that. Somebody saying, why Delbert have a 2-bedroom and he paying $200 and I have to pay $500 for my 2-bedroom, right? But that's happening in big cities. For example, in New York City, about a decade ago, because of the acute shortage of housing, the government decided to waive air rights and some other environmental and other conditions to allow developers to build in certain areas that they weren't allowed to build before. But they said that 30% of your units must be designated towards low income. And some of these areas were in 101 or 101 zip codes. So these are where the money people live. And they said, well, There's no way I'm going to be paying $5 million for an apartment and walking in to get with somebody who is on Section 8 or who the government is completely subsidizing their unit. So they came to this compromise where they built buildings that kind of had two sides to it. That they had a separate entrance, and I know that's going to be a lot of problem. Separate entrance for the poor people, and the well-to-do had their own nice plush marble entrance. So there are a lot of models out there that we can look at. I'm not suggesting that one is going to work in Grenada, and we probably don't have that kind of disparity, but they're going to have to look to forgive some of those loans, okay? And if we are calling for free housing for people, it might be free to them, but it's not free to the nation. Somebody's going to have to pay for it. So are we prepared? Are you prepared because you're well-to-do? You might be a teacher or a nurse or police officer. You may work at Grand Lake or wherever you work. Okay, so you could afford your housing. Are you prepared to pay $50 more a month, $60 more a month, $100 more a month to help subsidize the old lady from Riverside or Hermitage or Chantemelle who cannot afford housing? These are the kind of big issues. And Tori goes back to something that me and you have always talked about. The issue of how important it is to bring our people together to solve big problems. Because if I'm seeing you as my enemy, then I don't want to help you. Okay? I know this is not on the issue, but I got into it with a well-known NDC operative on Facebook this week by calling people termites, okay? And it doesn't matter how opposed you are to somebody's political view, we have to avoid this language. And I'm trying to get better at it myself. I'm trying to use words that are less corrosive because it's not helping us, okay? So if you're going to describe me as a termite, okay, what incentive do I ever will have to cooperate with you or to come over and hear your point of reasoning when you have already seen me as less than human? So I have said it before, what I want to see this year and certainly leading into 2024, that the Prime Minister make more speeches, a series of speeches or conversation with our people about how do we come together to solve problems. If I know I can afford it and it's going to cost me $100 more to subsidize somebody's rent in one of those units who definitely are not, I'm happy to do it. And I know our people, we are a generous people, so there'll be other people who would be willing to do that. But Grenada, I think in the last UN report I read, that Grenada needed almost 10,000 units over the next decade and a half. And we know we're close to that. The number for the Caribbean was about 300,000 units of housing, and that was just in the English-speaking CARICOM countries over the next decade. So it's something that the governments are going to have to come together and solve together with their people. There are some ways to do it. I don't think the Prime Minister has the best team in place that's probably helping him and advising him. And there are no new ideas. They seem to be struggling. So maybe some fresh blood is needed there, some new ideas. How do we do different kind of housing without at the same time making people feel less than human? Because the point that Hudson make, the kind of ghettoization of neighborhood, it comes when you lump people together in a certain economic strata. You kind of put them, you warehouse them, and you kind of forget them, okay? And then all that's left for them, because they're so already struggling to just survive, it is not very, it's not a hard thing for them to turn to crime to do it, or for people who see them and want to take advantage of their already terrible station in life to take advantage of them and use them to empower themselves. So that's where you see the drugs coming, that's where you see prostitution coming, that's where so we have to guard against all these things you're going to, because you don't want to see it, you know. we have 88,000 acres of land in Grenada, you know. A third of that, we probably can't do anything to it, do anything on it. So we have very, very limited space. But our people don't like living in this sort of congested apartments. So we're gonna have to find a hybrid, you know, maybe 3-story townhouses, 2-3 bedrooms stacked on top of each other. There's some really remarkable things being done with container housing now. That is something that we can look at. There's other thing with polystyrofoam that's happening in many, many countries in Northern Europe, in China, in parts of Asia, where you can really construct a house that's hurricane and earthquake resistance up to certain levels with polystyrofoam and wire mesh and concrete and get it done at really, really attractive prices. So we're gonna have to look at all of that, but there's going to have to be a conversation. It can't be this kind of ad hoc and for heaven's sake, I don't know how we do it, but we try to have to get the everyday, not the politics out of it, because politics is the art of governance, right? But get the partisan politics out of it, where we just blaming one to the other. But believe me, the solution in Grenada, it's a solvable one. We're probably not going to be able to build all the units, but if this government is able to build another 400 to 500 single-family houses between now and the next election, they win the election on that only. There is no other issue that codifies someone's support for a government or party or movement as housing does, all right? I had a conversation some time ago with the finance minister. He's no longer finance minister, he was then, of Suriname. And he talked about their experience with housing, okay? When you change somebody's quality of housing, and as he said, when it rains and the family no longer have to run from the left side of where the house that they were in to the right side so nobody gets wet, or when the sun is shining really hard and they don't have to run back to the other side. And now, because the first thing that one of the first benefit that people get of quality housing is that now maybe they have, not maybe, they have power, they have electricity, they have other things that improve their lives. And that in turn has an impact on how well their children do in school. A better educated nation it serves us all right? And if you in terrible housing where you don't have any kind of anything that adds value to your life, it is extremely difficult, not impossible, but extremely difficult for a child who is hungry, a child who goes to school, his clothes is not ironed, or his clothes is stained, or the clothes is mildew because of the condition at home. And that's affected him in school and he can't focus. So housing has a multiplying effect on what happens across the nation. And generally it is considered that every dollar spent on housing creates about $6 to $7 throughout the economy. In Grenada, it's going to be a little less. It may be about 3, 4, maybe even 5, because so much of what we use for housing in Grenada is imported. So you have to make the adjustment for that. But it is something that, you know, what I would suggest probably is the Prime Minister to put a team together quickly. Give them 30 days, 45 days, 60 days to study this, have an up or down vote in Parliament or in Cabinet, and you move towards implementation and just take the politics out of it, please. So if this poor lady got a house and she was known to get a whole family to vote for NNP, but she poor, leave her with the unit. It has nothing to do with what she did. She cannot afford it. She has no way of, you know, getting additional income. We can't have our people on the street. So but we can solve the problem. We're talking about less than, how many units? We're talking about less than 1,500 to 2,000 units. It's not a huge amount of thing where we're talking about where you meet a development in one of the cities that has, 10,000 units just in one development. So people of goodwill, and one of the other things I want to see, listen, I have a lot of friends in NMP. What I would probably want to see moving forward is that when the Prime Minister names these boards and teams of people and committee, that we include also in these organizations or that's trying to remedy and trying to steady the ship, good people from both sides, where you can build consensus. Because if every report or every solution is going to come from people who are known advocates of that government, then the other side is never, ever going to accept.
I want to go back to one thing that Toro said, and Ken, let us find out the reason why. I mean, Pablo said that people say that they don't people government, and that might be true in a lot of cases, and it is true in a lot of cases. I was reading something from one lady in the chat. If you guys take a look at it, I'll spin it. But again, the culture that is created. So how do we change the culture? It's through education. I believe that education is the key to solving some of the problems. Information that is sent out, positive information that is sent out, and through community education about those things. Have person go out and educate people on this stuff. Bring them out. Find ways to bring them out and educate them, because we want to have, like I was saying, not people on the street, create a good a viable economic engine for people to get employed. So they could have people working to pay for the units that they get, right? And so on. That way we will have a balanced situation where people are able to pay for the unit and come in and do what they have to do, and the government could benefit, and other people could benefit from the payment. Pablo. You're muted, brother. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, as I said when I spoke initially, that's one element of the thing, and it's a significant element.
Yes.
And in listening to the conversation, Delbert made a point that there will be people who are unable to pay. There's people who go from, well, as the saying usually go, who go from paycheck to paycheck. Some people don't even have a paycheck, right? No, it's an issue that comes up even with health and people's ability to pay for services in the health sector. When you go to the general hospital and so, right? You hear that conversation being dealt with as to how do you pay for it, and that people are supposed to pay. And you've heard across the board, not only with an NDC administration or with an NNP administration, it's been said that those who can afford to pay will have to pay, but they acknowledge the fact that there are those who will not be able to pay. And you can't dismiss them simply because of that, and because of the significance that health is to the nation, and not because someone is unable to pay for healthcare. It means that they are insignificant towards the economic development of the country.
Exactly.
Okay, so if within the health sector we are willing to give due consideration to ensure that the people who can pay their due, and still cater for those who cannot pay. I think the same applies to housing, and the same applies across the board. But as Delbert was saying, we know, and there's supposed to be records of who has the houses and who owns what, and you will be able to decipher who can pay and who can't, who could afford to pay and who can't. And we have to go out there and genuinely sit with the people and have a discussion and let people begin to appreciate how these things can handicap or contribute to our overall national growth and development. That's the levels that we need to we need to be aspiring to. going forward from this 50th anniversary celebration?
Pablo, I told the story here before, and I'm going to say it real quickly again. That housing thing, and it ties into what you just said. In 2013, I was campaigning in the Mount Craven, Mount Rodney area for my friend. And the NDC young folks they knew the houses, who was this and that. But they wouldn't go to any NMP house. And I'm saying, well, that's where we have to go, because why are you going, And they said, no. I said, well, I'm going. And I went to this lady and I'm giving my best speech, and I believe I have her, because she's listening intently. She's not arguing. And when I'm finished now, she looked at me and she said, you don't remember me? I said, I'm sorry, I don't. She said, well, I remember you. She said, you Miss Mabel's son, right? I said, yes. So, when somebody called my mother's name, I melt, She said, you see this house? You and your friends built it for me during the revolution. She said, that's the only help I ever got from any government in Grenada. The house was now rotted out, okay? But she was still proud of it. And the lady turned around and she told me, she said, just because you, and I remember you, and I remember your mother, and I remember how you guys were, I'm going to give your friend the vote this time. She said, but I'm an NP. Now, I don't know whether she voted, but her honesty told me that she did, okay? She never forgot that gesture. I was a kid doing what I was told, organizing a little brigade to go and build a house for her on a Saturday, Sunday, probably, okay? But she never forgot it, because she told me that her kids were able to go to secondary school because now they had some way to sit down and do their homework, as against having to sit in the kitchen on the mud floor. So housing, we cannot make it political. It has to be based solely on somebody's ability to pay. And any nation that refuses to take care of those who are least fortunate among us or are elderly is a nation that lacks gratitude, okay? And that doesn't mean the nation in an abstract sense, but it means us as a people who are in a position to help subsidize their standard of living. We have an obligation to do that.
Very good. Well, guys, we have one more thing to talk about here today, and I hope we could come back next week again. But I want to talk about one thing. Approaching 50, and if we reflect on the last 50 years, like Pablo would have said earlier on, that the most transformation ever taken place was the 4.5 years from 1970 to 1983. Since then, we have not seen any major development and transformation as the revolution did. Now we are approaching 50. What should we do as a nation for the next 10 to 50 years? And let me start with Lincoln.
Repeat that question.
Given the construct that was happening, Pablo was making mention that during the revolution, the 4.5 years was the most ever development that took place in Grenada. And since then, we have not had that magnitude of development taking place. Now we are approaching 50. What and how do we see Grenada going forward for the next 10 to 50 years from now? What needs to be done?
And I've said that here before. National unity. I've said that here before, that none of the parties have enough talent, enough cadre of people to build Grenada by themselves, whether it's the NDC or NMP.
Yeah.
I mean, the parties, when you look at voting, whatever, even when NMP was winning 15 seats, the margin of victory, when you add up the numbers, the margin of victory is small, right? So if NMP wins and they have 50, 52, 53, say up to 55% of the population pulling the weight, and there's another issue too, before I get to that. I mean, when we talk about patriotism and loving Grenada comes up, I'm always kind of worried because whoever is batting, the winning side, always pushing everybody and beating back everybody who is not joining them to build Grenada. And we can't love Grenada and be patriotic only when your government is in power, when the prime minister is there. Like, I resent that thing. People tell me I should come to this event.
Yeah.
If I come, I'm patriotic. I don't like Deacon because I ain't coming, right? No, that's not patriotism. Everybody should have the politics. We should want to build Grenada, whoever is there, whether it's Gary, whether it's Tillman, whether it's ever, right? So we have to look at our word patriotism separate from politics and party support, right? But going back to my earlier point, to build Grenada, we need up to 60, 65% of the people genuinely pulling the weight to build a country. I mean, again, we talk about the revolution. The PLG, I talk about talent, right? They pull talent from everywhere. We have people coming all the way from Africa to work during the revolution, right? But what we didn't have, we imported it to bring in to help build the country. People who were skeptical from the beginning, as Delbert said earlier, kind of came around and they were willing to help because NIS came, maternity leave. They said, well, I ain't sure them little boys with a gun doing, but I kind of seen benefit. I seen an airport building and a tide go through Trinidad and Barbados and get thing. Delbert, the lady got a house. So she's saying, well, them little boys running around with guns, but at least my children could go to secondary school and do the homework, right? So at least people are coming around. We need as many people as possible building Grenada. And I think what we need, as I said, the unity part of it. You don't have to like whoever the prime minister is, but you have to feel a sense of belonging to the country. So we need a housing, for example. Yes, Delbert is right, build a housing. But you know what the key to that thing, the success, is a sense that people have the sense that the selection and the distribution is being done equitably and fairly across the board. So if a poor NDC needs housing, they get it. If a poor, and if people get the sense that, but all these houses just going to the supporters of the current government, it's not going anywhere. We need to get, and as to answer your question, I believe somewhere, somehow, the education and the national unity thing, we need to come. If we keep, look, the reason I'm glad the government changed the October 19th thing, because the country was becoming divided over the issue. Whether it's 10 people or 100, we need things that bring us together rather than separate things. So over these 50 years, I think the government should place emphasis on trying to bring people together and to talk with them and say, because if we do that, we're not going anywhere. If we keep every 5 years we change this thing and imagine this. I always tell people, if an NDC is in office, poor supporters of the NDC arguing, I ain't saying everybody will be arguing, hire any poor NMP people or don't hire them. Poor people like you. When NMP is there, and then people say, we know in power, fire NDC people or don't hire them. How you go forward? The proletarian thing, all people don't see it because we divide them up. And we, the people who know better, we have to take some of the blame. And especially in these days of social media, if it's the wild, wild west, people go on there. As Delbert said, they're attacking Delbert. If they know Delbert supports the NDC, and if Delbert just make one like a criticism, it's licks in the tail. You understand? We have to stop that. Those of us who know better have to stop it. I'm saying support your party, support your government, support your leader. But we have to do a little bit more to bring our people together. We can't keep dividing them up and then complaining that these people this and these people that, and then blaming the poor people. We who know better should do better. So again, just to summarize, I believe we'll be in the same position 50 years from now if we try to bring our people together, and the young generation, those in kindergarten now, teach them about our history, teach them about the good, the bad, and the ugly, about Gary, about the revolution, about Keith, and about NDC, what they did, good, bad, and ugly. We have to teach them everything, not to hide anything, with the aim of trying to bring our people together to build our country. You look at the United States, the fight over the who going to Vietnam, over the Iraq War. Every veterans there, the whole America get together and they pay homage to the veterans. Thanksgiving, we think, well, they came in and killed all the native people and all that. When Thanksgiving Day, everybody, families come together, eat the apple pie and eat the turkey. There are things we need to rally around. As another point I always make is there's no national consensus in Grenada around anything. We don't agree on anything. We don't even agree when election come. If an election come, we like Trump. And you see people saying, well, he thief, he work OBR. And you see well, saying, well, Deacon did something, he buy out the party. We can't even agree and say, okay, we lost, let me go forward, and in the next 3-4 years, we'll come together and fight one another. We need to have consensus around everything. Even Grenadians who never travel. When the PID said they were building the airport, they had friends and relatives who complained bitterly about going through Trinidad and Barbados and say, okay, well, let me give them like a Jewel Boys a chance to build the airport. And then they see the benefit of the airport. So there was a kind of consensus around something. Yeah. When was the last time Grenadians, like 60, 70% of Grenadians agree on anything? Nobody here could tell me. So again, the unity thing, I'm bringing our people together. If we do that, 50 years from now, the next generation will be on a show like this, complaining how we divided. Yeah.
All right. All right. Point taken, Mr. Unison Joseph.
Well, I don't think it was fair to follow after Lincoln. Because, you know, your songs with Lincoln and Delmont, but I'll try my best. No, Lincoln touched on some key points, but I firmly believe we have to have a strategic plan. We had to have a 30-year or 40-year plan, long, short-term goals. We had to teach civics, bring civics back into the curriculum, right? We have to teach one another what it means to be Grenadian. That's why one of the period is so powerful, the revolution period, because it's still that pride in us. You know, we could do this, we could do that. There's nothing insurmountable that we cannot do. So our human resources have to be developed. You know, and a lot of people says that Grenada haven't developed over the years, and I tend to disagree. When you travel to the rest of the Eastern Caribbean and a lot of countries, you see Grenadians is more tough on Grenada. When you go to St. Lucia, you say, well, not even where nobody live look like that in Grenada. You know, so we always tough. You look at even the financial crisis during COVID. If you look at Grenada paying civil servants, and the impact wasn't as huge as the rest of the Caribbean. You had Trinidad couldn't pay civil servants, way more resources, way more than us. Dominica giving a lot of like grants. Barbados is saying, you know, we're gonna pay you in lieu. So I think Grenadian, we are in a great path. I think what we are missing, as Lincoln correctly stated, is how we bring our minds together. Malcolm X once said, you know, the journalism and journalists could make an innocent man guilty and a guilty man innocent. So what you tend to see in Grenada is, if you support the former administration or this administration, you will put out negative, and think not just damaging the party, damaging the country and the country brand, and also. So we have to learn to protect our brand. Our brand is Grenada. We have to put our differences aside, and whatever it takes, we protect the brand. You will never see in Barbados and those countries that develop on tourism a negative story or a murder on the front page. Here in Grenada, we tend to see, look at the story of John T. John T's story, and it blown up, and you have negative and LGBT community. Even Netherlands is saying that come in the Netherlands and live, in Holland and live, if you're LGBTQ in Grenada. And we all know, Pablo from Goa, we all know people from that have that tendency to do. It is not our decision to make at who you choose as a partner. But I think, to answer your question more directly, I think the Prime Minister and the administration got to make a call for unity. Always strengthen the ties between the people that live in Grenada as well as the diaspora, and not just having, you know, Lincoln will sit down on here and say, Grenada, nothing is being done in Grenada, and you know, yeah. But what input and what resources we could extract from Lincoln to come back into Grenada? Lincoln is a journalist. Delbert is a man of great repute. What is it that you could bring back? And not along party lines, but developing Grenada and Grenadians and making it proud, make us proud again, what it is that it meant to be Grenada. So I think we made strides, but I think going forward, we must develop our human resource.
Okay, point taken here. I know a lot of times we tend to not realize that, again, how much we invest in our people determine the outcome, right? And again, I see Paulo give a thumbs up there for you saying civics in school. And I think is that just one of the things the younger people need to know where the history, right? Understand where they came from, where they are, where they're going. And you talk about making plans, long-term, short-term, medium, and long-term goals have to be set. So people buy into the vision. And what we said earlier on, and we all knew that the revolution, we name every year ahead of time. Every year, 6 months, probably a year before, or 6 months before the year begins, they will know what the year gonna be. So people know what the governor is around, what the expectation of the government is. So how we can participate and we draw people into those things. And this is something that needs to happen again. Name the year, so people know what we're going into for 2024. What our main goal for 2024 is. If for example, let's say we're building a hospital, and the main goal is about us selling bonds, getting able to contribute, buy a brick, buy a galvanized, you know what I mean? Buy a bed. So people know that they get involved in something for the entire nation. We come to the hospital, we have a good hospital. Well, here's the opportunity to participate in the year of the hospital, yeah, and healthcare. So we get involved in a program that we're involved in it and putting together. And they did the airport. People from outside buy bonds. People buy stuff for the airport. You see? And that's the kind of thing that get people engaging to build and go forward. Thank you very much, Jason. Pablo, you next. 10 years from now, what do we see? 50 years from now, what do we see Grenada going, direction we should take?
Well, actually, I gave that thumbs up on this one because I think, generally speaking, to a great extent, we've lost any sense. As a people, we've lost our sense of civic responsibility. Yeah. And when a people has lost its sense of civic responsibility, that alone is a total inhibition to every other element of our development initiative. Once we've lost our sense of civic responsibility, it comes as an inhibition because that mindset, that mentality, that sense of ownership, as Delbert said, and I think Lincoln attributed to that also, you know, that sense of ownership and that sense of belonging. And as Lincoln said, it's only when my party is in office I feel patriotic. We have to grow out of that. We have to grow past that. And is that lost? Because, I mean, you as a citizen of the country, young people growing up in a community, and you feel that it is okay to go about and break those mirrors that's there for the traffic. You feel that it is okay you feel that it is okay in the bus stop. They've put up lighting and so on to make it accommodating for the people, and you feel that it is okay to just mash it up. You go to the public toilet and you feel that it is okay to break the light and to take away the fittings and so on. You know, just these little things make a lot of difference. And we have to get our young people to begin to understand and to appreciate these things so that they can have an appreciation of what their role is in whatever development agenda, whatever development initiative, whatever development thrust, that the government, and when we speak, and we have to begin to understand that when we speak government is not party. Government is a continuum.
Amen.
And it is critical, and it is good to see that I expect that going forward, there's going to be at the school level with the students, and so that students will begin to be exposed to, and it doesn't have to be just your teacher or so that's carrying this program. You bring different people who have contributed over the years, right? Like I said, when I used to be going to Nulo to do that session, I brought Brother George. Yes, someone who barely finished primary school, you know, but was able to become the principal of a secondary school and make it, you know, and you had all of these successes. There's many people who can say that under his tutoring and under his guidance, they have made something of themselves. Having somebody like that, somebody who barely finished primary school, who in fact, when he started secondary school, was already a young adult, you know, and was making a living doing fishing and whatever odd job came by, you know, but was able to become the principal of that of a renowned school in the country. And when you expose our young people to these kind of narrative, it gets them to have a different sense of themselves, a different appreciation of the community and the people around them, and so on. And as to the role, because as long as we do not get our people and our young people to develop that kind of appreciation as to what their responsibilities are, as to taking ownership of things, you can come with what as a government, you could come with whatever strategy, you could come with whatever. We are not going to grow. You know, and we are not going to get to where we aspiring to be, where we claim to be, as you know, where we say we aspiring to be. And that's why this year, some of you may know me, I've been on the Calypso stage before. I will be presenting something for independence. And in the very first verse, one part of it, I am saying, we have a nation that we need to transform and make it the best that it can be. We must embrace patriotism, national pride, and practice good civic responsibility. We should make this be the light that shines the way as we continue on this journey. Collectively as one nation, we'll always find the correct answer once we agree to get to the heart of the matter. So it's, you know, so this is because whatever you can raise millions of dollars in grants from overseas and build nice structures and so on, as long as that mindset is not right, forget that. Forget that.
That's why
that is why I give a thumbs up to my brother when he speak about that
education
of civic
education.
Yes.
Yes.
Critical. Yes, because we know, in spite of whatever, yes, everybody has some little, you know, some little nozzle of you know, of some little nugget of delinquency. As a youth, everybody has been through some little element, as small as it may be. But you grow up with certain values and so that you don't depart from. You have a situation right now where you have young parents are unable to impart anything of essence onto their children in terms of values, in terms of that, and so it becomes an uphill task when you go to school, because even the parents now is a delinquent, and the parent feel it's okay to come and tell off. Yeah, because back then, as bad as a man might be, or as obnoxious as an individual might be out there in the society drinking rum, whatever, when they see teacher this or they see, there's a certain sense of respect and appreciation and so on and so forth.
Yep.
No, we don't have that. Even as children, and I always tell the story, when I was small, as boys, girls, we walk in the street and we go to say certain thing among ourselves, we're looking around to see who grown-up person that is there, you know, that is within earshot, so that, no, we don't have that. You do that.
Anyone you want.
And yes, And we need to, unless we're able to get back to that, then our challenges are going to be more or less insurmountable.
All right. Thank you so much for that contribution, Pablo. And guys, looking for Pablo and support him in his bid for winning independence crown, right? And I probably could make a donation to him to record his song as well, you know, to make a financial donation to Pablo.
Yeah, for the recording, because the song had to be recorded for you to participate.
So you can push everybody here, like $25 to Pablo, you know, to help him to record the song. You know, yeah, I could $25 from anybody here. You know, I come and get the song recorded, you know. And we are coming from a JFM platform too, you know, to have one of us, our own, you know, win the championship until Hudson go back and win, you know. We want something to win a competition doing great.
Yeah, I've been listening to Hudson the other day. He come on with the live, man, and he have his music.
Yeah, man.
You know, he have his song pong. But he don't know I was on the live and I was taking him in.
Yeah, Victoria Boss is number one.
Victoria Boss. Yeah, Victoria Boss.
No, it wasn't Victoria Boss, man. It's another track, man.
You will attract, you know.
Yes, there's another track. I know Victoria Boss. I heard Victoria Boss before was another track, man.
Was no pieces you put together.
Yeah.
You know, and one of the things, you know, see what you want about Hudson. He even though he was a jewel and he still holds to be a jewel, but he's the guy hijacking thing. He does still give everybody licks, no matter who they are. You know, so. I bring Hudson in to give you peace. Greater 20 years, 10, 20 to 50 years from now.
It's not unmute yourself, Hudson.
Unmute yourself, Hudson. You're muted. You're muted.
Hudson, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. You are muted.
I hear you.
I say we need to bring back the spoken words in the music. And it's glad to see you back because we need music that could last, because when I go in my archive and I want to do a live, I could pull up a tune to suit what's going on in Grenada. When they talk about oil and gas and where the oil go, I pull up a tune, I want some oil, give me the oil.
That's the one I heard, the oil.
And I had one plant corn, pan peas. I pull up 3 tunes so far.
Yes, I heard that one too. Yes, I heard that one too.
I record more than about 20 songs and I collect royalty for music idea. As you see me here.
Roger that.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, Hudson, you see what happened? Yeah, Hudson, I can play now.
The Jamaicans use reggae to suit how they speak. But what the Grenadians don't know, we could use our music the way we speak. You don't have to imitate a Jamaican to get it across. This is why you see this guy from Carriacou, Skinny Banton.
Yeah.
He used Grenadian way of speaking and make some of the best songs. Tell me what I go do again. I buy shit this, I buy shit that. All that. And the story is telling a story. You could pick it up. And we got it in Grenada. So all we got to do, just put it into it. And we're good. We're good. The thing is there, man. The thing there. I'm waiting to hear you, man. It's good. And we must bring back parish competition of culture. It don't must be for money. You know? Yeah, man.
So Hudson, tell me, 20 years from now, 10 years from now, where do you see Grenada going? What needs to be done to uplift the standard of Grenada in the next 10 to 50 years? Because we come to 50 years now. So the next 50 years, next 10 to 50 years, where do we see, how do you see Grenada going forward? What needs to be done to ensure the next generation a better life?
Based on what most of the speakers said before, I mean, making sense. I can't say too much different. The only thing I could say is that when I reflect 74 to now, I could go by the 10 decades of what, to compare with now and then 50 years to come again. So I guess this society is going to evolve on. And I'm hoping that most of we're very political, but we have a negative side of us, which is we like a lot of hearsay and they say in with politics, and sometimes it is not good. It's negative, and we should work on that. We use our culture seasonal instead of using it to make money in terms of tourist industry. Our culture shouldn't be seasonal in the next 50 years. We got to work on that. We have to. And next thing again with Grenada, the effect of global change. We talk about global climate, but we have a shift in global politics. 50 years now, we might have BRICS. You understand? The world trading market might be different because BRICS wouldn't disappear. BRICS will have an impact.
A minimum.
We might see a shift in global trade. So 50 years from now, we have to prepare ourselves for that, for a change, you know? But I think we evolve as Joseph said, he traveled to other Caribbean islands. When they say Grenada don't make we come a long way, man. Grenada come a long way, man. If we come a long way, I mean, we could do better. And then we need to be more inclusive, and we must learn to agree to disagree, because
good point, sir.
We need
one of the things I would like to add, I mean, on a positive side, I think one thing about Grenada is that while we may chop up one another and be tribal in many respects, Grenadians close ranks when people from outside of Grenada, when we seem to be under attack as Grenadian people. I mean, there's one thing about Grenadians, like, leave us alone. I mean, we curse one another, NDC, NMP, Gary, this town, country, whatever. But anytime anybody, Grenada seems to be under attack, we close ranks. I mean, there's a kind of pride. There's a pride in the flag. There's a pride in the country. We big. We winning gold medals in Olympics and World Championship, and we're proud of that. I mean, don't interfere with the flag. We are the best flag in the world. That kind of stuff, right? So, like, for instance, I mean, Yvette with Jointy thing. I mean, people love Yvette. She was the toast of the town. And suddenly a lot of people felt she was lumping on the country and coming down on us because the Jointy thing wasn't solved, telling the world that we hate gay people and we're killing gay people, and which is not really true. I mean, all of us here grew up with people who know who are gay. We may tease them, but we don't have a culture of beating up and
killing people.
Right. Right. So Grenadians, listen, they went on our Facebook page. She and Tyler Perry gave us licks, right? I remember Babsy.
If it's a Grenada culture, we can say we kill people. We have any political.
Exactly. Yeah.
And once in a while, a guy get mad, and he might stab a guy.
Yeah, but we don't have that culture. I remember Babsy, the Bajan woman, she said something about Grenada. Well, Babsy had to come off social media. She disappeared for a while. The Harbour Master, when they beat up Anderson. Why the crash Harbour Master website? You couldn't find a website for a whole length of time. You understand?
Don't forget them Trini with the oil logging.
Right, the oil log. What's up with the oil log? So, I mean, seriously, we may have our differences, but we close ranks when we believe we are under attack from the outside world. And as Hudson said, there are a lot of things we need to be proud of. I disagree with people when they said Keith didn't do anything. Under the NMP, our network of road will improve, even if it's just that, right? We can't say Gary didn't do anything. I know a lot of jewel boys that say all kind of thing, but Gary thing, I telling people, I don't know for nobody else. I know myself and a lot of other poor guys, and Hudson, there are poor people in town too, poor black people in town. As a poor black boy who did not know nothing, I went to secondary school because of Gary. The fee, we only had to pay $14 or $10 a term or a year. And that's the way I was able to. So the revolution expanded free education, but Gary started a semblance of that. So Gary, it's not like Gary didn't do anything. The 1951 revolution brought some positive to Grenada. Gary must have turned and do a kind of crazy thing. So there's some things that happened, as Unison said. that has happened. But today, the one thing I would say is that kind of pride in Grenada. When people kind of put aside NDC and MP Keith, Dickson and all that, the pride of Grenada, the pride of the flag, and don't interfere with us. If you're not Grenadian.
Let me step in there before
we go fight with you.
Hold on. Hudson, I want to finish. Hudson finish his statement, but I want to say one thing.
I want to finish it on based on Depo.
Yeah.
He put in some good points.
Okay. Hudson, hold on. I want to plug that in before I forget. Lincoln make a point there. Say what you want about Gary. 1977, 4 junior secondary school fully equipped was opened under the Gary government. 4.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, but I'm not very much school built in Grenada.
That was the Canadian government.
That doesn't matter. No. Doesn't matter.
Hey, guys, hold up. You see, we gone back. We supposed to be the top match. I know we're gonna fight over Gary again. And John, stop that.
No. What I'm trying to make though. That the Canadian just come in and like an invasion just put school down. It was negotiated by the Gary government. I don't give Gary credit for that. It was
get money from somewhere. But what I'm trying to say, I'm going to close up on Depo. If you have a house and you damage the foundation of the house is going to fall. Forget the furniture inside the house. Whether you like it or not, Gary is the foundation of that country called Grenada politically.
Gary.
Yeah, you don't have to be a Gary or GNP or Jewel or PRG or NGM or whatever. You standing on a foundation that begins with Gary, and you cannot refuse it.
I agree.
Whether you like Gary or not, you got to accept it.
But we talk about Gary now. We talk about Grenada. Yeah, Gary thing behind.
5 years from now, 10 years from now.
I want to give you an example in my village. We have a place in my village we call Patterson Hill. When you leave the police station, you're coming up the road before me the chocolate factory. People used to say there's a skeleton man walking in the night day. Skeleton walking. I never see nothing. And then when you wake up next day, you might see Frenchie, condom, ladies' panty. Because more adults who scared, they're just scared in the night. That way you bring a girl. Nobody are going because they think you have zombie in that area. Again, you have a place called Mango Jesse. It and Belmont Walks in St. Patrick. There is a place we call Mango Jesse where they say there is some story about there was a masquerade fight many years ago, and they say a masquerader died in that place, and they say that place had ghosts. When Keith Mitchell become Minister of what? Mobilization and Works, when you pass in there now, it's light, street light, and all them things. So every politician do something in Grenada. Those who they make an impact. So we cannot say we could say talk about the wrong things they do. As I tell you, I support Raphael when Raphael talk about the housing business. The people thought they shouldn't pay because my party is in power, and that is wrong. So Raphael is right.
Okay.
You must pay.
We got only 10 minutes left. I want to go to Delbert, and then we get.
So anyway, let's hope Grenada the best for the next 50 years.
All right. So we will start.
Be more inclusive.
All right. Okay, Hudson. Delbert, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 50 years from now, where do you see Grenada going?
So I'm worried about 10 and 20-year plan, but for me, in living in the United States for as long as I have, this country is coming apart at the seams. And the people pulling it apart are doing it for their own selfish interests. And they are generally from the elite side of town. And I want us to guard against that in Grenada. So I want to endorse what Toro spoke about in terms of how do we lay out a vision for the country. And I know you talk a lot about education, but education means different things for different people. So education in the traditional sense without action isn't anything. So we have to see people's actions be manifested in goodness, in our humanity. And how do we, despite our different political views, background, history, and I have to guard against it, you know, we come together because we can never change what happened on October 19th or February 7th, 1974, or the 1951 revolution, or the 1977 killing of Jeremiah Richardson, and all these other events. We can't change it, but we can do things now to show that we have used history as a tool and an instrument rather than a crutch to lean on, and to make our society a better place for the generations to come. Pablo was talking about civics. Everything that I am today is about my early education in civics. I had 3 really good teachers in primary school. One unfortunately passed away earlier on this year. Mr. Mark, Mr. Ferguson, and Mr. Rayburn, who civics was mandatory in their classes. And then when I went to Shaper, and Pablo again talked about Brother George, who was my principal, I had a great civic teacher in Shaper from Guave, Mr. Critchlow. You guys would remember who he was, okay? I disagreed with Mr. Critchlow on everything, okay? He was a tough disciplinarian, but when he was teaching a civic class, you were spellbound in that class. And the whole idea of you having a responsibility to your fellow students sitting next to you, to the students sitting up in Form 5 or the ones sitting down in Form 1, to the village of Brothers, to the parish of St. John's, to the town of Guave, and to the larger country, was instilled in us very, 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 very early in secondary school. And I don't know, you know, we have a lot of teachers now who are a lot better certified. I have a lot higher degrees, but I don't know if they're having that impact on our young minds. They might be teaching them better chemistry, they might be better at physics and math and economics than we were, but that sense of value, that sense of what Pablo talked about, taking ownership of what happens around you and wanting, and you know, I can't say that without crediting my parents too, because I grew up in a house where my mom talked about these things every day. So I want to see us, and I don't know how else to do it again, but I'm begging and I'm pleading for the Prime Minister to begin to speak more about how we unite our people. And then for us to take some practical actions on how we're going to do that. And one of the ideas that I have is to create a Department of Future Affairs in the Prime Minister's office. And like a commission, equal members, whether it's 2, 3, 4, because we have a tendency to create these commissions and we say it has to be even, an odd number, 9 or 7 or 5 or whatever. I want to see an even number. Create a commission, some economists, some urban planners, people who are skilled in tourism, in agriculture, in the key areas that we think we need to develop. And they are going to study the issue every single day and make recommendations to the Parliament and government on a quarterly or annual basis on what we should be focusing on a country. and that we mandate in law, or codify in law, that this commission has to produce unanimous report. That does not mean that there would not be disagreements, but all that will be included in one report instead of having a majority report and a minority report for people to hold on to. If we begin to do these practical and tangible things, they become vehicles for our future development on education, on healthcare, on economics, on major infrastructure projects, on food security, on just about every major aspect of our life. So you have a specific department that's tasked for that, and staff it equally with people of goodwill, because we have people of goodwill on all sides. And if we can demonstrate to the ordinary man on the street, from Point Phil in St. Patrick's to Point Celine in St. George's, that we are going to come together and work collaboratively for the good of the nation, then that might be the most powerful message that we can send to them.
Okay, Pablo, it's time, we are almost done here, but I wanted to just go around the table for our closing remarks, and I'll start with Mr. Unison Josie first, closing remarks. Unison, then I go to Hudson, Delbert, Toro, and then Pablo.
Sorry? Well, once again, let me say thank you for being part of this panel. I learned a lot from the revolutionary guys, and I realized me and Pablo is the only two that wasn't fortunate to be part of the guard. So we share a lot more in common than I think, Pablo, just not from Gov, but we stayed away from the activities of the Tong fellas. But I like to say, going forward, our 50th, we should celebrate our 50th anniversary with pride. We had achieved so much. There's so much more left for us to do. And the sentiment gathered here today that we should all work together. We should all come together for the common good and support whatever is good for Grenada, whatever side of the political fence you may sit. But remember, Grenada is first, second, and third in our thinking. How we build on what was the foundation already laid and moving forward. So I think that's something that we all could come together on and build on what's there. I mean, whatever support we can lend to the administration from here, but whatever, building our local economy, we should garner such respect. So I'd like to say again, once again, thank you for being part of it.
All right, thank you very much. And I hope that I can have you more often on this panel. Because I know there's a lot of stuff coming up, especially around the Grenada independence. God, we need to have you more on the team that organizing this stuff to be here one Saturday or Friday evening to be here. So be prepared for that. Inform your team that we're going to need them here, talk about what's happening in Canada for independence. Hudson George. Closing remarks.
Hudson, you're on mute.
My closing remarks, you know, are already over, you know.
Closing remarks. Don't keep it too long.
Well, we had a nice gathering, you know. Long time I was not on a little discussion with Pablo, busy in the politics, you know what I mean? So I find he look happy and thing and he more relaxed. I wish him the best because I heard music from Pablo already. And it's very good music. He do it in a poetic way. It's very good. So I want to hear some of his songs when he release, and maybe he could be a good role model to get other young people to follow his footsteps. And so, but closing remarks. Well, it was a nice evening. We had a civil little thing. The only thing my partner Delbert. Sometimes he doesn't let me complete my statement, you know. Tend to cut me off sometimes. But anyway, it was a nice evening as usual. Always on Facebook with them arguing Delbert, Toro, regular. We meet in me and Toro meet in Grenada Day, and we meet with Capral as usual, you know. You know what I mean? Let me keep it going, and every now and then we could have a little discussion, and so we could agree to disagree, but we don't really mad with nobody and think. As we
Absolutely
say,
right.
at the end of the day, we is we. You know, from the north to the south. From me and Delbert in the north to Toro in the south. And so we are listening.
Toro, please remind him that there are poor people in St. George.
Yeah, and the black too, eh? Not all of them red.
Toro, there's a lot of people in the country that have a lot of money, and you think they're poor.
Right, exactly.
He talking about himself.
I know.
You know how many big houses I see built in Grenada after a lot of when grandmother and grandpa died?
Yeah.
I know people in how much is when they die. They had $1 million in the bank and they wasn't spending it. I'm not making it up.
No, that's true. That's true.
And who go. Yeah,
all right. So Delbert, closing remarks, Delbert.
Yeah, listen, this was a good conversation. We got to have more of it, and not just among ourselves, because listen, the disagreement here is minute. You know, we may sometimes tend to vocalize it in very sometimes even boisterous fashion, but we agree. We largely agree on the way forward, that we have to come together, that we have to work together, that we have to respect each other, and that when we disagree, we do it in a way that doesn't say that you are my enemy. You're not my enemy. We just happen to have a different opinion, but we should still be able to laugh and have a drink and invite each other out to a function or all these things. And I want to see that, and that's why I think the Prime Minister, who has the bully pulpit, the largest bully pulpit right now, that I want to see him speaking more and more of that, about that. And that I guarantee you that it will pay off in huge ways. That the Toro said it, you know, I can't remember in my lifetime where more than 60-70% of our people united against against doing something. And the only time I could remember that is the airport. We built 2 stadiums and we didn't have that. We've done a lot of other projects, and like Toro said, Grenada, by the way, has one of the best network of roads in the Caribbean. The best network. So while we may have bad roads and roads that are not maintained, we have an excellent network of roads. So we have to find the goodness, because there is in everybody. But you know, I've gotten to a stage now where I can accept real, genuine, honest criticism of the mistakes that were made during that period of enlightenment, and give other governments credit, some more than others, for what they would have done. And so we have to, those of us who speak out regularly, have to do it in a manner that's reflective. In other words, if somebody see me and Toro disagree, or me and Hudson disagree, they shouldn't believe that we're at war, because we're not. You know, we good. Yeah, we largely believe in the same thing. We want to see our country move forward. We want to see poor people get uplifted. We want to see young, brilliant people get the opportunity to become scientists and lawyers and economists and all this thing. I don't know anybody here on the panel that doesn't want this. So we have to speak more of what brings us together and a lot less of what keeps us apart.
Amen to that. Thank you very much. Toro.
Yeah, just briefly, I think we, for a country with a population of 110, 112,000 people, we have achieved a lot. Yeah. I mean, that countries, for example, just in sport, there are countries with millions and billions of people who have never won an Olympics or even reached the Olympics, right? I mean, just on that level, we have Grenadians in leading professions all over the world, right? But we don't spend enough time to look at these achievements. The other thing I will say in closing is that I don't envy any government in Grenada. they have a tremendous task on their hand, right? I mean, we talk here, right? And we have a small economy, right? Every government comes in and meet the economy at a certain stage, and we're not expanding that much, right?
Yeah.
And the world is becoming small. The people's demands are increasing. People see things happening out in the world, so they see people getting MRI in Canada and the States when one grade that have MRI machines available on demand, and then they don't consider cost of anything. They just want things, right? So everybody want to go to the hospital, make a baby, walk out, and it must be free. So I don't envy any government, whether it's NDC or NMP, but the politicians have a blame because they make everything look easy. And in a campaign, everybody promised to do blah, blah, blah. And Devon mentioned building 4,000 houses, right? As an example. How does this government or any government, which the necessary 4,000 houses, how do you do that together with trying to build a new hospital? How do you do that with trying to build agro-industrial plant? I mean, I don't envy any government because there's so many things to be done. And you only have about 3 years to really act as a central government, whether it's NDC or NMP. After 3 years, this government looking at getting re-elected. So all national thing is no national thing anymore. It's we doing things to get re-elected. Let's face the facts. The election cycle is short. So there's not much any government could do in the first term, even the second term. This hospital in finishing in the next 5 years, maybe not in the next 10 years. My point is, again, it's come back to the education piece. We have to educate people about the being realistic about the things the government wants to do. No matter how well-meaning the government is, certain things will be held up for objective reasons, cash and so many things the government has to do. So again, it goes back to how do we educate people? And as Delbert said, education not in the traditional sense, how you make people aware, for example, that everything costs. So you need housing, somebody has to pay for it. You need better healthcare, somebody has to pay for it. Educating them about the cost. And we talk about the education system. How do we do all these things that Delbert and Pablo talk about, the civic education piece? It has to be done through the school system, and the whole school system itself need an overhaul. If we don't teach, for example, even the environment, if you don't teach our children, listen, do not litter. You could put up any bins. If you don't tell them, well, you could increase tax on sugar. If you don't tell them why it's not good to consume too much sugar or salt, no matter how high the price of sugar and salt is, people are going to consume it if they don't understand the impact on health. They're going to find a way. They're going to have the friends sending money to Western Union to help them buy the sugar and the salt. So there's so much work to be done. So the politicians and the parties need to be realistic and how they're doing it. And again, try to get as many people together on board to do the education piece because it's in the benefit of our nation, right? So to me, that's a challenge going forward. Let's be realistic with our people. Let's tell them, we want to do these things, but this is what it will take, right? So I don't envy the governments. And, their work is tremendous in a small third world country trying to build a first world socio-economic system. So guys, I wish you the best. I'll try to help where I can, but that's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Nice. Pablo, Rafael Paul, Uncle Pablo, Sunset City. Your turn. Go ahead. Closing remarks. You're muted. Yeah. Unmute your mic.
Actually, at present, I'm not even in Sunset City.
Oh,
I'm up in Brothers. I'm sitting just overlooking the institution that Delbert attended.
This is
where I'm located presently.
Last night, Wendell posted something about Shaper School, and I read it, and I got goosebumps, man.
You got all emotional.
Yeah, all emotional about my old high school, man.
I like that sugar analogy that was just that Lincoln just used, because and I'm going to add another element to that. Cigarette smoking. On the box, they tell you cigarette will kill you and so on and so forth. But we still buy cigarettes and we still smoke cigarettes. So it is not just about putting it on the box. It is about, as long as we don't get to that state, that mindset, it's about changing mindsets, and that is critical. Delbert made the point about Mr. Critchlow and how he was able to create that sense of civic responsibility. He was a disciplinarian. But in addition to being a disciplinarian, yes, he was a man with a great sense of humor. Yes, Delbert, you remember? Yeah. You remember? Yeah, I remember him like that. Yeah. He was a man with a great sense of humor, and he was somebody who could connect with young people, not just the people that he taught at school, because he's somebody that I knew personally, you know, and these people, they would correct you, they would reprimand you. And when you come away from there, you don't feel like you've been chastised. You feel like you've been, Judy Williams, now deceased, is somebody who had that quality. They could reprimand you, but you come away from there feeling, you know, not feeling chastised, not feeling put down, but feeling uplifted. To get to that sense of maturity and developing that sense of maturity, I grew up in a GNP household. My grandma used to be working on Mr. Winslow Estate in Plaisance. And when they had this strike in 1951, and the Gary supporters came there and they were shooting, and she had to hide under the bed, and they burn and they kill animal and they what. There's people who, and I know, who ended up in prison as a consequence of this whole experience and that whole scenario. Yeah. But, and so I grew up in a GNP household looking at Gary in a particular way. Yeah. But when I came of age and I was able to be more exposed to everything that was happening during that time, getting an appreciation of the plantocracy, colonialism, and everything that went with it, you know, I developed a different appreciation of Gary. When I listened to people who were working on the estate during that period and what they had to go through to get stories from my neighbor, Miss Sylvie, where she used to be working on the estate. And when it's cocoa time, they have to be by the river with their masanto to wash the bag and stuff so that they could get to use the next morning, and they couldn't come home until these chores were done. And it's the one suit of clothes that they have to work with, right? Yeah. So in order for them to get it to go back to work the next day, they have to wring it out and put a pot on the fire, right? And it's not like you have indoor stove, gas stove, and so like you have now, and you put it on the fire and ting it around in order to get that clothes, because they didn't even have no iron and so. And then I got to understand why it is that some of these people say, Gary make them no drawers because they couldn't have store-bought panties. Yeah. You know? So it was then it gave me a different sense of appreciating Gary and what he brought, regardless, you know, man by nature is not perfect. Yeah. Right? Man by nature is not perfect. We all would have our shortcomings. We all have our flaws and so on. Yeah. And maybe Gary, as a consequence of the contribution, not maybe, but as a consequence of the contribution that he made, these people were willing to give their lives for him. And when you listen to the song that they had, we will never let our leader fall, for we love him the best of all. Yeah. You know, so it gave you that sense of appreciation and getting to that sense of maturity to not just look at things in isolation, but in its totality. You know, and the same applies to the revolution. No, we at a stage right now where we do not have our politicians and not necessarily leaders in the sense of how these people who were initially involved in the politics of the country, the T.A. Mari shows and so on. Yeah, so we need to begin to start developing these qualities of leaders. And it comes back to the whole effort to change mindsets and putting processes in place and getting people. It doesn't necessarily have to be somebody that come from university and have whatever degrees and so, but there are people within our communities who in their own small ways have contributed significantly and in various ways to the development of not just the community, but to our overall development, and who have contributed and made a difference in the lives of many people, you know. And there's a lot of things that the revolution did, as was discussed here, you know, that would have helped to sensitize people. And maybe we need to get back to some of these things, those billboards and them. And Brother John have a big billboard as he behind him. You know, we need to get back to some of these things and get back to some of these values and so on, because it all comes down to that, the values that we embrace, that helps to make the difference. You know, right? And as Delbert say, he came from home, and it starts from home.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
You know, to come from home with certain values, because in many instances, as poor as the mother was and whatever, they instill certain values in you so that you don't, when you go there, you know that you have to keep your head on. You know that certain things going down, you can't get involved in that, you know. And Lincoln, I was a scholarship student from the Gary era, you know.
But I used to be going away.
I used to be going up at what you call it, Codes bookstore on Lucas Street.
Yes.
To collect my books. You get a allowance, a book allowance.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. And I used to go up at Code bookstore with my book list and so on, go and collect my books. And them time they $30 buying you.
Exactly. Yeah. But you see, Delbert family had a whole set of land and thing. Why Delbert need a scholarship? You understand?
No. But that's you actually really correct, because in my second year in high school, they took my scholarship away because they caught me selling jewel paper. So they just yanked it away. And not only did they take the scholarship and I didn't get that monthly, quarterly stipend, whatever it was, they also banned me from riding on the government school bus. And at the time, four boys were going to secondary school. And they didn't just throw me out because I was the culprit. They threw all my other brothers in them out. And I remember it was $7.51. Don't ask me how they came up with that price, but that was the cost to ride the school bus, $7.51 a month. And I went from that for four of us to $30 a month, each of us, to ride Peace and Love or Take It Easy, to get to go off every morning and then walk up to Shape Up. And it didn't have no effect on my life, right? Because my parents were well enough to support us. So I never really felt it, but I understood it, you know? So the funny thing, Pablo, you say that, and that was one of the dishonest things about the revolution, because in party studies, we studied the 1951 revolution. We didn't call it any other thing. In party studies, it was described as the 1951 revolution. And we gave Gary enormous credit in the material, but the public
in the political realm is a different thing.
You know, funny you say that there, but I think I reposted an interview I did with Bonnet Code. Probably was there. When we talk about how the OC was formed, and he made mention that when they go to communities, he said that when in the pre-1979, when they go to communities, they will always talk about the good things about Gary to the people that want to win them over. Not wanted to talk about what they're going to do, but what Gary did. And he made mention, I think in volume 2 of his book, about a lady in Williamson Road, what he called Tongue Ghetto, when her son was I don't know if it was Lincoln, but her son was part of the movement, that in 72, 73 movement, and contesting the election. He went to this lady, and she said to him, Bernard, if I have to support the NJM, Gary cannot know about it. But what better will you give me than what Gary giving right now? You see, so he had to give a narrative what better service they could provide to them and her people. Yeah. And she to organize buses for people to go to Gary rally. Now she had to organize buses to come to the Alliance rallies. Yeah. So what are you going to give me different what Gary giving me? You see? So the whole idea of it, there was telling people the goodness Gary, but we need to go forward now. And what can you do for us going forward for Gary? The other thing I want to say, even on the election, on the constitution, and on the, which will be another discussion, but I want to preempt it here. Bernard Code and other persons said that they didn't against having independence, but the terms under which it was happening was the problem. What needed to be done for it to get it done right? And they went to England together as a team. And I think Bernard made it clear here in one of the shows, they went together as a team with Gary to get the independence. So Gary didn't go by himself. It's a team of people to get together, including Bernard Code and others, went to England. I posted on the to Facebook here, because a number of I hope, John, that by the time February next year come around, we can begin to rename some of our institutions in Grenada, school, primary schools, high schools, government buildings, and everything against some of our national heroes. And some of our national heroes may not have done something nationally, okay? But they did something. I think of my primary school principal, Mr. Wood. Mr. Wood molded so many minds in Chantimel, so many minds, who later became head of NIS, head of Hubbard's in Grenada today, deputy police commissioners, I mean, just name it, throughout the thing. So many people, head of Food Fair, head of this, head of that, all people that I knew who grew up a little before me and some after me, who this man molded. And I remember one time he gave me a good ass whooping. I can't remember what it was for. And I was really mad, but I can't go home and tell mommy, because Mr. Wood was determined to be a really fair gentleman. So when whatever you get that ass whooping for, you deserved it. And I asked him, I say, well, why, And he tapped me on the shoulder and he said, young man, when you grow up, you're going to understand why I did that. So years later now, both of us are executives in the Ministry of Education, Sports, and whatever, and we ended up in a heads of department meeting. So just before we walked in, I tapped him on the shoulder and I said, Mr. Wall, do you remember that time? He turned to me without missing a beat, and in his usual calm manner, he said, young man, when you're married and have children, you would understand why. All right.
Just one point, just to add something to what Delbert just said about the renaming of places. I totally agree with that. But I will tell you guys, I'm guaranteeing you, when that is done, that's going to be the next big bacchanal in Grenada. If you think October 19th was bad, this naming of places, because there are so many that you can name people after, right? Yeah. Again, it will have to do with the process, whether people understand the process, whether they believe in it, there was a buy-in, with how it's rolled out, again, the communication part of it. But I guarantee you, as we sit here today, whenever that announcement is made, whenever name change is taking place, that will be the next big bacchanal coming under Independence Day. We have many more, but I could guarantee you that one is going to be the next big bacchanal.
Well, the heroes element of it is already generating some discussion. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. And I think it is important that we could, because we've had a discussion on this platform, on this GMFM platform about that before. Right? I think it is important. Yes, we have to revisit that the terms and the conditions, what qualifies a person, And there has to be different categories.
And the bar has to be high. The bar has to be high.
There has to be different categories. And something that we've already agreed to is that it doesn't mean that because somebody, you can identify whatever, some human flaw or some error that person made, that automatically just disqualify them from being a big, right? And there's example that we can use, because Trinidad has been through the process before, right? And we did discuss some elements of that here. Who qualifies as a national hero? Who qualifies as a pioneer? And that kind of thing. We have to have different categories. It's not just across the board that you look to make everybody a national hero.
I hope we don't take I hope we don't take the Barbados model where Rihanna got it over Garfield Sobers or Errol Barrow.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it.
Grantley Adams or all these Barbados. I mean, there was a time when Barbados was probably strong enough to represent its own test team in the world. You had all these, and then you come up, don't get me started there.
Okay.
I don't see how, for example, Rihanna getting it in music, and then in Jamaica, Marley can't get it. Maybe because Marley smoke a lot of weed. But
Marley smoke a lot of weed, and the big promotion, the big tourism promotion.
Exactly.
Marley with the big
exactly.
And then still on the other hand, up to today in Jamaica, you have challenges with dreadlock children having difficulties.
Listen, it's not a matter of cutting you across. Rihanna is not a controversial artist. Bob Marley, you could see Bob Marley as you could see spiritual.
You don't think she's
revolutionary? There is so many things you could see in Bob Marley. You could see deviant. So where does it fit in? Rihanna is just pop music.
All right. I want Pablo to finish. Hold on. Let Pablo finish his closing remarks. We got to hear about it. I want Pablo to finish up his closing remarks so we can all go home.
Well, essentially, I mean, if you notice, I was more or less summarizing all of what has been said. I mean, and adding my own little tidbits to it. But I'm really looking forward to this period, seeing that we're launching our 50th independence anniversary this month, right, at the end of this month, and we'll be having 1 year of celebrations. And so I'm really looking forward to us having some very serious civil discussions and so on, so that coming out of it, there can be some meeting of minds, and we can really be able to table an approach, right, that is going to allow for us and allow for the, as Depredin said, you need to get a significant percentage of our people to buy in. Yeah. And let's get back to the kind of focus that worked well during the revolution, those billboards and so on. Right now, we see that the billboards are up there, but it's really getting people to buy the new cell phone and to buy time and so on and so forth. So the same way that it's having that kind of impact on the young minds, and so we can use all of that, to get the young people to have a different appreciation of the community and so on, and the role in it. Yep.
Thank you so much. Yep. Okay. Thank you guys. Again, I have here education, right? Not the
man.
My general, I want to thank each and every one of you, Mr. Unison Whiteman, who came in on a dime, Hudson, Georgia.
Not Unison Whiteman.
Unison, that's in my mind.
I know. Once you say Unison Whiteman comes automatically, right?
Yeah. It's listening, and I mean, that's something I've been ringing my ears for the last 40 years.
Okay, yeah, Unison Whiteman.
His last phone call was to me before he died. That's the last phone call he made and was to me. However, having said that, and I really appreciate all of you being here, taking time off your busy schedule Saturday morning. We're helping the wife doing laundry, hanging on the clothes on the wire and stuff like that. The guys, they said, yeah, Hudson go and feed the pig this morning and Raphael not in the shop. But I really do appreciate all of you being here with me and answering the call to come out on this show with me. And Gem FM, we really appreciate all the contributions you guys have made over the years. I'm probably looking forward to have you back with the Grassroots show on a Saturday afternoon. Looking forward to have you. People are asking your deal. So
yes, good. Okay.
People asking for you, and people think that you had a great compliment, had a great piece to Gem FM here on a Saturday afternoon. So that's some people looking forward to that.
Wonderful.
But always, and Hudson George always my buddy at the Ollers Kitchen. I haven't seen Toro yet, but I'm looking to see Toro at the Ollers Kitchen where we congregate. You know,
yeah, I haven't been there. Sad to say, I haven't been there as yet.
You're the commander.
No. In fact, I had a friend visiting. Was it when some months ago? And when we called, she had closed that weekend. They said she was in Cuba, so I missed that opportunity. Okay. Yeah.
All right. So we have brunch tomorrow. So Delbert come up for the brunch. Hudson come for brunch tomorrow.
Yeah, when I change my residency, I'll be there.
All right. And Unison are looking for to see you for brunch tomorrow as well. They're in brunch tomorrow. And we have all along today. So come and get the all along today. Don't miss it. Come and get it all along. I'll be there for me all along. So hoping to see you guys at the restaurant.
Tell Ola she must buy some provisions and fruits and vegetables from Hudson. He has a good garden going, you know.
Yeah.
Hudson, you muted. Hudson, you muted. We don't hear you.
Now tell him. Plant peas.
Plant peas, yes. Plant peas.
One on West Indies cricket.
Hudson, she got to import breadfruit from Hermitage. Hermitage has the best
She's a Hermitage. So again, you're getting a good deal. However, that being said, all of you being here this morning, and the response, and if you guys read the comments in the chat, it's very good response as well. So going forward, every Saturday morning we're here on Gem FM Caribbean Connections. And I know we do the night show, but I was suspending the night show for health reasons. I couldn't afford to do the night show. I wasn't feeling too well. Some issues I had to do with health-wise. So now I'm getting back, I'm getting better. So I was going to do Tuesday night and Saturday morning. That's it. I hope my health is getting better, and I'm hoping I could be more frequent on Facebook and do more stuff. So hoping that you guys could continue joining me here and help us educate the people. Out of this show today, what I recognize here, but our conversation this morning, or into this afternoon, is educating our population for the proper transformation. And if we do that, if we educate our people and we bring up to our standard, nobody can break it down again. And I think that's what happened during the Revolution time. That's why we have so many people at our age group who have a better sense of political awareness, education, and so on, because of the education that was given back then. So people now more aware of the politics, and even though Pablo was not involved in the process, he understood the assignment, he understands the assignment so much so that he could educate people on the assignment, what it is, how to move forward. Mr. Unison is also in a good position again to help educating Grenadians as well. He's also the president of the Grenada Association in Toronto. So again, that gives him another reason to help educate the population in the diaspora and in Grenada as well. So again, Hudson just always with his shows, giving out and having different perspective and different things, always a good thing.
Sometimes controversial too.
Sometimes controversial, yes, that is part of it. And so Delbert's always here with me, and
listen,
no backing down Delbert. And
every time I get an alert on my phone, it's for me to approve one of Hudson posts on Grenada Pulse or Breakfast Club or whatever. There's nobody who posts
controversy, bring out the best.
All right.
Don't be thin skin on it. It's just
Comrade, I approve all your posts. All your posts.
And so for those people who post on Gem FM page, if you don't see that approved, doesn't mean that it will not be approved. So I haven't got to it.
Yes, sometimes it takes time.
All right. So again, Toro, I want to thank you so much. And give my regards to the guys on the wharf. We came in town and we still tongue people. All of them.
Yeah. That's where Gary came to walk on water. So you have to give us in the history books.
And please bring back Easter Water Parade. Please.
Easter Water Parade. Yes.
That's where I saw Agouti. I saw Agouti in Easter Water Parade.
John, one other thing before you left, on a serious note, have you contacted Cecil Peters? He was trying to reach you.
No, I talked to him twice. He and I had a discussion. But I haven't gotten to the hospital to see him.
I know he has been asking me to come, but all of us are kind of busy and to get down there.
I have to get home to eat because I have some issues. I can't just skip my time. You know what I mean?
Hudson, he has been trying to reach you also.
Yeah,
I went to the hospital and look for him.
Right.
Yeah. And I will help him with some of the information he wanted to.
But I don't know where he is, so I don't take care of me before I go there. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
and that's one of Pablo villagers, you know, so Pablo may have to make a trip to Toronto, you know.
Check him out. But again, you know, we all have to give Cecil credit for what he has done in the community as well. He has done a lot of stuff with the young people. And
his present situation is a difficult one. I've been trying to get enough information to put something out, but I just can't put out Cecil information. I got to get from the institutional level, the family level. It's a complex thing. I keep trying to tell him that.
Very much so.
Yes, I keep trying to tell him that, you know.
Me and Cecil is conversation.
And he get into radicalism a little late. So he didn't listen to me. I told him the ropes have been out already before.
Another Guelph man, you know Guelph people are. You know Guelph people, you know.
But I mean, Cecil had his way and stuff like that. But Cecil had a serious conversation one time, and I had to give him a little lecture. And I told him, that's what's going to happen to you.
He said that. He did say I told him that.
It will happen to you in phases. That's what they will cut you. They won't cut your head off right away. They'll take out a toenail, they'll take out the toe, they'll take out all the other toes, they'll walk your way up to your neck. And the last grenade here in your head. I told him, be careful when trying this system, because this system is not Grenada.
Yeah.
You know? And once you respond was, you think that's the revolution? Well, getting more what the revolution have done. You know what I mean? So these people don't joke for the system. And I think once you get into interfering with those people's system, and you're creating a new one, you're creating a vibration with the young people, that this will change. And if you interfere with their young people, you interfere with the politics. And you cannot
come at you, man.
Huh?
They will come at you.
They'll come at you, and I tried to warn him about that.
I told him that.
You can't just openly go out and start to do it. You could instigate, you could prepare and plan from the background. Don't get into the front if you want the change happening. That's the mistake he made. I didn't listen to me. So where is that? You know, he should not be there if you listen to people who have been through the system, understand the parties of
but we'll see. We'll continue to see what we can do with him and keep you posted. Yes. All
right. All right, guys. Again, happy. We have more independent conversation here. And, also, I hope you have. I sent a request for some people to get involved for me on the 19th of next Thursday. We're gonna do a little thing on the 19th. So I will hoping to get the people to here to discuss that. So hoping we can get that going on the 19th. So look out and stay posted. Again, for those of you who are in Toronto, we ask you to come on out to Ola's Kitchen, because this show is brought together by Ola's Kitchen at 477 Oakwood Avenue in Toronto at Vaughan and Oakwood. And don't forget to check out our website, gemfm.ca. Go there and make a donation, 10, 20, we are a monthly contributor of $5 or $10. Help us to keep this thing going and keep the education going, because the education is liberation. The whole idea here is to educate people on every aspect of life. All right? Thank you guys so much. All right, guys. From
one love. Man.
Great afternoon.
From Caribbean.
All right.
All right, guys. Good afternoon, good night, and see you guys later.
All the best.
All right? Yeah, man.
Bye.
All right. Let me find my song. Okay. Yes, guys, this is Jim FM. I'm your host, the Sheriff. Yours truly, John Calise. As we talk about independence, moving forward, moving Grenada forward.
Many in 1974. It was written by Eric McLugary. He was called the father of independence in this dear country. In this dear country, that meant we could have a election, we could make a decision, we could have our own coat of arms, yeah, yeah. That meant we could have our national power, and we own prime minister, our chance to decide our own future. Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing happy birthday. Nera. Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing happy birthday. Nera. Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing happy birthday. Nera. Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing happy birthday. Nera.
Hey, Greatest King, where you get that tune there? Watch me the light, man, you know.
Our island has the smell of spice, and our lovely beaches make Grenada oh so very nice. All Grenadians can boast and be their chest, because when it comes to beauty, Grenada ranks among the best, ranks among the best. You see, we have lost our sunshine is so nice and warm from here in our lucky land, yeah, yeah. You see our flag is where you're standing, you're ready alone and green. I'm sure Grenadians know what that means. Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing happy birthday. Grenada. Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing happy birthday. Grenada. Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing happy birthday. Grenada. Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing happy birthday. So delicious, although then I know that you will say our national dish is second to none. Come see, let Tortilla well see. Our national border can only be found in Spice Country. Young in Spice Country. You see, we're so rich, they want to stay and relax and we show. There's so many nice things about the country that should make us feel happy. That is why I want all you join with me. Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing happy birthday. Grenada. Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing happy birthday. Grenada. Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing happy birthday. Grenada. Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing happy birthday. Love we sing to the north, south, east, and the west. We know that the Spice Island is the best. Back in 1924, she was born. That was when she broke away from slavery. Now for treatment we can be brought. That is why we could open your class.
Not your can't come and say, long live Grenada, Grenada. Sean, praises unto the oh yeah. Not you can't come and say, you must say. A long time never seen a children so happy. A long time never seen a children so gay. Babylon fall not to dreadlocks and free up a country. One a man, one not to dread in a PRA. Not to flying high, not to flying high. Jumping up a giant, not to high. Not to dreadlocks, jump up and say, well, that's not my right. Oh yeah, I tell you it's a long time never seen a children so happy. No way, and it's a long time never seen a children like so gay. We tell you the Babylon fall, not the dreadlocks are free up a country. One a man, one not the dread in a PRA. Babylon of birth, Babylon of birth. Fire me up, say you my road. Babylon never gets away. No way, that I say. Not the way I oh yeah. A long time never seen a children so happy. No way. A long time never seen a teenage so gay. Why? Because I said the Obiang man used to press Natty down in a country. Yeah. But Natty up with the gun and the dread in a PRA. So children are rejoice, rejoice. Children are rejoice. See the light that comes and rejoice, rejoice. Rastaman rejoice. Now I'm freedom. Yaman say freedom. Oh yeah, Rasta long time never seen a children so happy. No way. A long time never seen a children so happy. Why? Tell them cause Babylon fall, not the dreadlocks are free of a country. Yeah, and now the one a man gone, not the dread of the PRA. Shout it out, dreadlocks so long time never seen a children so happy. No way, a long time never seen a children so happy. I tell you, Babylon fall, I dreadlocks are free up a country. I free up a country. Babylon fall, not the dread in a PRA. Oh yeah, a long time. I'm sure I am a Grenadian. Yes, man. Grenada, the land where I was born. I know you were suffering. Men have raped you and abused you and left you there crying. I devote my thought, my body and my soul. I stretch forth my helping hand to help you out. I haven't got diamond, silver, nor even gold, but blessings I give to its west, north, and south. Oh, Grenada, Grenada, here I come, sweet, sweet Grenada. I will never, ever, ever let you down. Oh no, I'll always be your support, right here by your side. With my arms around you to wipe your weeping eyes. Oh, 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 yeah. It's quite a long time now since you have fallen back to the last rung of the ladder, and you never stand up there and utter no talk. But to help, they just don't bother. Some of your friends have turned their backs on you. They don't want to see a friend with your name on it. Don't bother with them. One day you will rise up too. Cause in times to come, is the bread they might have to eat. But listen, there we go. Oh, Grenada, Grenada, here I come. Sweet, sweet Grenada. I will never, ever, ever let you down. Oh no, I'll always be your support, right here by your side. With my arms around you to wipe your weeping eyes. Let me go. Listen, it's time that you take a stand to defend your position from all those smart reaper scams who just come to take a bite and make their own decision and boast to the world that they are the reigning champ. While your friends them happy had times they were going through, they still wouldn't help you out if you beg them please. But woe unto them, little do they know that a good name is better than great riches. Oh, Grenada, Grenada, here I come, sweet, sweet Grenada. I will never, ever, ever let you down. Oh no, I'll always be your support, right here by your side. With my arms around you to wipe your weeping eyes. Oh, Grenada, Grenada, sweet, sweet Grenada. I will never, ever, ever let you down. Oh no, I'll always be your support, right here by your side. with a big festival to wipe your weeping eye. There we go. If you feel living like me, feel free to say, I love my country. Oh yeah. Grenada. Oh, I love you, Grenada. I'll always be right by your side, Grenada. Oh, why, Grenada, 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 Grenada. Political situation is so complex, who can understand people? Alright. And every day people expressing different interpretations. Let us analyze just a little more. Our inner thoughts more deeply explode. Busting our feelings away, be more objective, I say. Even if it's hard, we still have to try. We have to recognize the conditions that brought us so. Then determine which way we want to go. Because it seems to have been the platform. Is the same now will strike the one. So for Grenada sake, we have no choice but to unite. That's right. And let those who dwell among us without sins cast the first stone. Show me a man who has not done wrong. Each one wants to blame his adversary and hide his own faults. But tell me, how long can this game go on? Where is the love, my people? Where is our unity? We have to build a home on trust and integrity. Yeah. We have to elevate our sense of strength and purpose. We have to understand that this five-side must come first. Yeah. Bear in mind that no amount of foreign assistance can ever compensate for our nation's independence. Our road is long and our work is hard, but our united strength is our greatest reward. The errors we made as we strove to build a nation, do not forget, people. Alright. There were times when we all were proud and times that we all regret, people. Sometimes we acted so insensibly, treated our own brothers callously. Politicians criticized, native sons were ostracized, wolves and sheep clothing parading disguise. The evils that were done we contemplate every day, yet the good deeds we quickly hide away. But if the right hand gets a cancer, well, the whole body feels the pain. So we must gather strength and start building our home again. Don't strain. And let those who dwell among us without sins cast the first stone. Show me a man who has not done wrong. Like crabs in a barrel, we only pulling each other down. But tell me, how long can this thing go on?
We have to rise from the gloomy depths of hypocrisy. Let us reconcile differences and try unity. Yeah. It is a duty, people, our responsibility. For our children's sake, for the love of our country. Yeah. So government stop exporting talents to foreign nations. Make us feel that we can return home to give a hand. Cause the task of responding to our nation's call is not only on one, but it depends on all. Remember when killing and fighting were things we only heard about people. Alright. There will be better days, more prosperity. Yes, I have no doubt, people. We want to rebuild the Spice Island. Free of drugs, war, and corruption. Politicians, please I say, abandon your power play. Work towards the dawning of a new day. The world economy is unhealthy, yes, that is true. Bigger nations sneeze and we catch the flu. Yet if we manage just get resources, probably we might just get by. So for our future sake, let's get up and give it a try. Go long. And let those who dwell among us with our sins cast the first stone. Show me a man who has not done wrong. Political parties, stop condemning your predecessors. Praise the good they do as you move along. And let us build a nation on pride and integrity. No one else can take this responsibility. No, no. And while we struggle along the way of our journey, just remember that Grenada still belongs to we. Yeah. I know America, no superpower can solve our problems. In the end, when they're gone, we will still be faced with them. And we will remain with one great mission. Make Grenada the gem of the Caribbean. Where is the love, my people? Where is our unity? We have to build a home on trust and integrity. Yeah. We have to elevate our sense of strength and purpose.
I say we tired. Oh Lord, people tired. We want a change, we tired. Oh yo yo, I say we tired and we tired and we tired and we tired and we can't take it again. I'm on we tired and we tired and we tired and we tired and we can't take it again. So we moving forward, forward, forward. Move the country forward, forward, forward. With NDC forward, forward, forward. Oh we going forward, forward, forward. Too long. Lies and mama guys, too long. Empty promises in my eyes, too long. You ignoring the people cries, too long. All your days since 1995 and you don't do nothing. Only when election time coming, that's when poor people does get something. From all that bitch and passport you selling, them actions they telling. All you feel that grenade and begging. It's time to call off the winning. We don't need that this time, it ain't working. Because we tired and we tired and we tired and we tired and we can't take it again. For people tired and they tired and they tired and they tired and they can't take it again. The youths them tired and they tired and they tired and they tired and they can't take it again. Grenadians tired and they tired and they tired and they tired and they can't take it again. So we're moving forward, 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 move the country forward, forward, forward with NDC, forward, forward, forward. How we going? Forward, forward, forward. Time for all you to rest. We want a team that is young and fresh. We want to bring out the best. So it's time for all you to press. Pension have to restore. Public sovereignty permanent. Agriculture will grow. Kareku will get government. Local and deep in the south. Caring and great in the west. And all up in the north. So when we're going from here, Andy Williams will move forward, forward, forward. Jonathan Lackett will move forward, forward, forward. Kevin Andrews will move forward, forward, forward. Lennox Andrews will move forward, forward, forward. Deacon Mitchell will move us forward, forward, forward. Brother Joseph will move us forward, forward, forward. Karen James will move us forward, forward, forward. Quincy Britton will move us forward, forward, forward. Joseph Andal will move us forward, forward. We're tired. The people tired and they're tired and they're tired and they're tired and they can't take it again. The youth them tired and they're tired and they're tired and they're tired and they can't take it again. Canadians tired and they're tired and they're tired and they're tired and they can't take it again. Stand up, Canadians. Stand up again, Canadians. Don't let nobody come in and dictate your course of action. All of them who oppose your revolution. A political band is just like heavy in their own island. Fight for your rights. Protect what you have. You fought a good fight. Protect what you have. Don't give in a single inch. Don't retreat, not even a pinch. Don't compromise your revolution. For those scandalous TVs oppressive political scams in the Caribbean. No way. Never rise. Some talk of legality, constitutionality, but only to export the hypocrisy. But if you examine the state of affairs in their land, you will find human rights violations, total disregard for the Constitution, countless political persecution, and a wave of sanctioned violence with the blessing of legislative criminals and full by sadistic gangs. Just like the mongoose one, stand up, Grenada. Stand up again, Grenadian. Don't let nobody come in and dictate your course of action. All of them want for your revolution. A political band is just like here in their own island. Fight for your rights. Protect what you have. You fought a good fight. Protect what you have. Don't give in a single inch. Don't retreat, not even a pinch. Don't compromise your revolution. For those scandalous teaching oppressive political scams in the Caribbean. No way. Never rise. Bless you, Grenada. May your freedom be blessed with longevity and prosperous your economy. May He grant your leaders wisdom, endurance, and courage to rule. Many other problems to be confronted, that against corruption. May that rude awakening that early dawn be an example to tyrant in other land. No power or weapon can extinguish a people's will to be free. Stand up, Grenada. Stand up again, Grenada. Don't let nobody come in and dictate your course of action. All of them who oppose your revolution. A political band is just like here in their own island. Fight for your right. Protect what you have. You fought a good fight. Protect what you have. Don't give in a single inch. Don't retreat, not even a pinch. Don't compromise
oppressive political scams in the Caribbean. No way, never rise. No way.
All right, folks, this is where I come to the end of the show. Have a pleasant afternoon. May God bless you and make you a blessing. Please listen to Gem FM at www.gemfm.ca. More music, more love, more fun happening right there. Please join us again on the 16th of December for our annual Red and White Affair and a dinner and award ceremony. Check us out, and tickets will be available soon online at Eventbrite. So check us out and stay tuned to Gem FM. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. God bless you and make your blessing. Those of you who go to church, join me at my church tomorrow. That is at 925 Western Road. Tomorrow, all roads lead to 925. Don't forget, if you're in Toronto, Brampton, Mississauga, Ajax, come on down to Ola's Kitchen for Oil Down. It's happening right now. And tomorrow is brunch. So join us tomorrow for the brunch right there at 477 Oakwood Avenue. One love, one heart, one destiny. Love you and share the love. God bless you. That's Mighty Sparrow. Federation.
When they didn't get the capital site, that nearly caused big fight. When Sir Grantley Adams took up his post, that even made things worse. They balling. We ain't want no Bajan premier. Trinidad can be capital for here. So the grumbling went on and on to a big referendum. But if they know